Okay, am I? Am I live? Let me see if I'm live. So I don't keep talking to myself here. How do I see if I'm live on myself? Maybe I can just go to my channel here. All right. Well, let's see. Can I hear myself? All right. Well, let's see. Can I hear myself? Perfect. We are live. Sorry, guys. It took me a little bit to get on here, so I had to fix up things to be straightforward with you. I was gonna go live on TikTok too. And after I was gonna give it 10 minutes, I gave it like 15 minutes, and I was like, you know what? We'll do tomorrow live. I was supposed to wake up earlier this morning and get it all set up, and I did wake up early. I just had a lot of things to do. So today, after the market closes, I'll set all that up and do it tomorrow. That way, we're not taking time from trading today. And tomorrow, I'll go live on YouTube and be able to go live on TikTok too to kind of expand it a little bit. I don't know how well it's going to work, but we're going to do it. Somebody suggested that to me, and I think that I'm going to take that as, you know, like, the door's there. Am I going to open it? You know what I mean? So let's try it. Worst case scenario, get no views. So we're gonna go for it. If you guys don't mind, to help boost my the algorithm, since I'm such a small channel, if you can give the video a thumbs up and maybe leave a comment, it will show YouTube that people are interested, and it'll kind of push it out to other people to maybe someone out there could use my video, and they can click on it, and maybe it could be a benefit to them as well. That'd be great. My word said, yeah, sounds good. Awesome. The Tom, you're late. I want my money back. Oh my goodness. I know that's how I feel, honestly. I'm like, oh man, you've been scammed. Let me, I'm gonna, did I not just grab my water? I'm gonna go grab my water real quick. I'll be right back. Good morning. Good morning, guys. Look at the account right now. Oh, the account's at 26,522. We were at 26,503 yesterday when we passed it. Now I say passed it because we hit our profit target. I just got to wait 2 days to technically pass it and go funded. Which, you know, I posted a screenshot last night of it. Everything's passed, just the day's waiting. So I had to place a trade to keep it as an active trade. I believe you only need like 3 active trades, but just in case, I don't know that for fact. So just in case, I'm going to place a trade every day. So I already placed a trade. I actually placed it last night at like 11 o'clock because it counts towards today's trading day. So I made like 20 bucks. So we're at 26,522. Tomorrow I'll do the same. I'll probably make like $2, even if I lose $2. Either way, I'm just doing that to secure the funded account because I want to show you guys what it's like to build a funded with my strategy and what you should expect with that trailing drawdown. Because you think it's hard to pass an eval with the EOD drawdown. It is, don't get me wrong, but I passed evals left and right. I will tell you, the most difficult part isn't even there yet. The most difficult part is the funded trailing drawdown. Now, keep this in mind. Don't let that bum you out. With my strategy, this is what I'm going to show you guys. With my strategy, you'll realize the trailing drawdown is nothing to you. It will be just as easy with the eval EOD as the trailing will be. And I'll show that to you. And you guys can technically speaking, you guys can see it for yourselves. I mean, if you look at my past trades, if you were to consider that to be trailing, it still would have been passed. Like, I would have been up 1,600. Sorry, I heard something outside. I would have been up 1,600 bucks. Like right now, I'd be up $1,600. Or no. Yeah, 1,500. I'd be up 1,500 bucks. If this were to be a funded, that's $1,500 you could withdraw. Now you take 80% of that home, and they take 20%, which is totally okay. You know, if you give me an opportunity, I will compensate with percentages of my gains. You know what I mean? So if I'm using your platform and you're giving me that proprietary, then I will absolutely make sure to pay, credit where it's due. Let me go grab a water real quick, and I'll get back and trade. What I wanted to say is, dude, what in the world? Okay, I just want to say something really fast. This distracted me. So I don't really believe, like, I believe, so I believe in the law of attraction, right? And I believe in my heavenly Father. But I want to say something real quick. Is I do believe sometimes there is, like, like numerology, right? I don't dive too deep into that kind of stuff, right? But it is interesting, right? Some of it's interesting. I don't dive into the whole, like, whatever they call that, astrology or whatever it is. I do not dive into that stuff. That's just there's a point where I think that there's something there. I just don't dive into it. But numerology does make sense. It's math, right? Mathematical situation. It's like the golden ratio, right? Um, that is like a universal language in a way, if you think about it, like, it, everywhere 1 + 1's 2. And so it's like, um I will say, this is weird, is my average view duration right now, it's going to go up, I'm sure, because it just started the stream, is 3 minutes and 33 seconds. And it's so weird because so this is odd. I'm very passionate about teaching. I like teaching. Glad to be here. Awesome. I'm very passionate about teaching, right? Always have been. Don't know why. I love teaching. And I made a commitment to teach and to spread my value and my knowledge that I learned to you guys for absolutely free, of course. Now, obviously, I offer a mentorship and stuff like that, but there's limited spots to that. It's not something I'm going to be pushing. But basically, the master teacher number is 33, right? So you can go you go from 1 to 9, and then there's only 3 master numbers, and it's 11, 22, and 33. You can't go higher than that. You can't go lower than that. It's 1 through 9. You're either numbers 1 through 9, or you're number 11, 22, or 33. There's nothing else. If you're a 24, it's 2 + 4, you're a 6. That's how that goes in numerology, right? And it's, weirdly enough, my birthday is January 4th, 1999, right? And if you add up all those numbers, 1 + 9 + 9 + 9 plus 1 + 4, because January 4th, the first month, 4th day, it equals 33, a master teacher. I was like, what? It's so weird because I am very, very passionate with teaching. And I will say that is the oddest thing. Now, sometimes it cringes me when I see people going, oh, they said that if you're born in February, you have this mindset and that you're this person. That stuff cringes me sometimes because, like, if you really try, you'll relate to everything. But I'm just saying the 33 number makes a lot of sense. It's actually pretty wild. But I'll be right back, guys. I derailed myself again. I apologize in advance. I forgot to even say what I was going to say. Okay, is there? Oh, here we go. Okay, sorry guys. I know what it is now. Um, I guess it's something to do with the port that I'm using. So I don't think it's the MacBook itself. Why the sound keeps cutting off like that. I think it's the adapter I'm using. Obviously, I use a MacBook, and this is obviously a USB mic, a Blue Yeti. I don't see any reason to buy a better mic when this is good enough, but I am going to. I also, just in case, I didn't know if it was the MacBook or not, so we're gonna I don't know, we're gonna see. But either way, me and my wife's gonna go pick up a MacBook here in a little bit after the market. We're gonna go pick up another one. But what I was trying to say earlier before I derailed myself is that I bought another 25K account so that we could keep trading this. So this one obviously is passed. I just need to place a trade or two tomorrow, and then like just place a single trade tomorrow, even if it's a win or loss, like a small $2 win. And we'll get this funded, and then we'll start trading the funded live also. But as of right now, we're gonna move over to a fresh 25K account, and we'll just start trading this, and that way we can get some action in, and we can actually trade, and I don't have to be like, like very cautious with like, don't obviously want to lose my profits. Again, the market is predictable, but you can't read the future, right? I might make it seem that way sometimes. I say that in a humble way. I'm sure there's way better traders than I am, but I'm just saying I might make it seem that way. And the reason I say this is because I've ran Discords in the past. I've done this stuff for a very long time, and I'm like well known when it comes to like the people that know me. I'm not well known on the internet, of course. Don't really care to be. But I'm well known in the area that I run things, like my little group, my Discord, our little circle that we have. I'm known kind of for my screenshots. If you go and look at my past callouts and stuff like that, it's like, how did you draw a white line on the screen and it almost went exactly like that, right? That can be perceived as you can truly know what's going to happen, but you truly don't know if that's going to happen or not. So I just want to throw that out there. Don't beat yourself up if it doesn't go exactly as planned. I have over 12 years of experience. I have over 12 years of experience trading, and I understand the way the market moves, especially when it comes to NASDAQ or the S&P 500. Like SPY ETF's my baby. I'm telling you right now, I could close my eyes. I have done that before. I have blindfolded myself, set alerts, and profited from it. So, and I'll do it again. I'll do it live. I will blindfold myself, and just as long as I can set my alerts, I'll blindfold myself, and I have my shortcut keys, buy and sell, and I bet you I can end of the day green. And it's not to brag. It's not to do any of that. It's literally just simply to show that I know the market so well and you can too, right? It doesn't take, I'm no special individual. Matter of fact, I would say I'm quite the opposite. I'm not something crazy. I mean, like, hang on one second. Let me just make sure the sound's on. Okay. I believe highly of myself, and I set high expectations of myself, as anybody should. But I will say, for some reason, I am a jack of all trades. Now, I do become a master of them all, but it takes me a long time. So it took me like 8 years just to get the market down packed. Now, keep in mind, it could take a normal person 1 to 3 years to become a successful trader. It took me 8. So 1 to 3 years to become a successful trader. It took me 8 years, but the good thing about my 8 years is I probably understand and know the market a lot more than the one that took 3 years to become a trader. And I don't know why my brain works that way, but it's like it doesn't click with me. So I have to go the entire 8 years without knowing how to stay consistent. And then all of a sudden, boom, when it clicks, it really clicks. Like I can tell you the ins and outs. I can probably tell you the next candle we're going to have. And it's like, obviously, we don't know what's going to happen, right? But I'm saying odds are. Putting the odds in someone's favor. So odds are this is going to happen. That's why I try not to emphasize too much, but I want to emphasize a lot while we're trading, because a lot of people do not emphasize. Oh, are we going to go live in Discord as well? Yeah. Here, I'll go live there too, so you guys can see that as well. If you guys want to join the Discord voice chat, you could do so. It'll be 0 latency. For you guys that are already in the Discord, there's 0 latency in there. And so you won't experience any delay or anything. That way you can like copy trade if you want to and not have to worry about it. Hang on. Did I share the right screen? I think so. Okay, believe so. Let me make sure. Yep, that's it. All right, let me unmute my mic real quick. All right, so you'll be able to hear me in Discord, so you might have to mute one of them. I'd probably just mute the YouTube, but try to stay in the YouTube if you can. It would help me a lot. That's the whole point of me going live on YouTube, is to kind of help push it out there. That it helps me out. Of course, if you can't, you do your thing, but yeah. So we're gonna get this thing going. Let me make sure my trading view is set up here. We'll gap up right there on MNQ. So I go on these tangents and rants, right? And some people like them, some people don't. I would love them if I met somebody that could spit out knowledge that they've experienced like that. That's not that they could, they could, not that they can't. It's just that they don't. And but if they did, I would be like, oh man, it's super valuable. But one thing I will say that a lot of YouTubers don't do is they don't emphasize this enough. A lot of the traders on YouTube, man, I'm calling all of you out, all of you guys out. If you guys see this video in the future or whatever, I'm not saying you're not a consistent trader. You probably are. I'm saying, why not be more transparent with your people and with new people? As in, why not just tell people that, hey, this might be perceived and seem like I can predict the future, but don't go into trading like you could predict the future, because there will be times you're wrong and you're not going to be right. There's no such thing as a 100% win rate. You're not going to be right every single time. So it's about managing risk and emphasize to people whenever you're trading that, hey, this does not have to go as planned. So my point is, have a stop loss, a trading plan, have a stop loss ready, have a area where you're going to take profit ready. If you have both of those things ready, what are you stressed about? If odds are you're going to profit from the trade, you have your take profit. Okay, cool. Odds are you'll hit your take profit, you'll walk away. If it does go down, which is a possibility, you have your stop loss. Okay, if it hits your stop loss, it's not going to blow your account. You already have it mathematically planned. You're fine. So there's no reason to feel FOMO. There's no reason to stress. There's no reason behind any of that. So that's why it's important to have a trading plan. You will go into this with no emotion, and feeling is key. Feeling is absolutely key. Remember, guys, the Second Amendment is not the one that hurt anybody. It's the person behind it that hurt someone. So it's always the feeling. The Second Amendment didn't provide the feeling. The Second Amendment didn't have feelings. It's an object. It does not have feelings. Money is not the root of all evil. It doesn't have feelings. It's the person behind it and your attentions behind it. The feelings matter. That's key to everything in life. Is the secret. It's the feelings. If you guys want a Netflix documentary to watch with my man Bob Proctor that recently passed away, unfortunately, he's in a better place now. That man was awesome. But it's called The Secret. It's literally The Secret. It might be a little cringy at first, but it's good. They have valid points. Like when you expect a bill in the mail all the time, it's the feeling behind it. And that feeling is negative energy. And you guys, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and say this outright before we start trading here. I don't care what you say. I don't care if you think I'm some kind of hippie and I'm talking about this energy and I'm talking about vibes, meaning vibration, talking about frequency. Okay. It is all already backed up. At this point, you can't really say any of that. It's scientifically backed up. But I will say that I could prove it to all of you that you do this on a daily basis. And there's a reason why snowball effects happen when you wake up and you get on your phone, or you wake up and you don't discipline yourself, and snowballs, or you wake up, you're in a good mood, or something happens to you. If you, it's, you know how you stay attracting positive results and positive things, including the market. I am not kidding. It's what made me successful in the market, is this law of attraction. You seek and you shall find, right? It's all about removing negativity. That's all about it. Did you guys, like, seriously? And I, by the way, I don't trade until 10:30 usually anyways. I'm just emphasizing again, I can rant on these things. This is important info. I promise you, it'll change your life. But just so you know, this isn't taken away from my trading time. I wouldn't be placing a trade right now anyways. So just so you guys know, your brain cannot correlate whether or not it cannot have, first, it doesn't know the difference between a thought and reality. And that's true. But it also cannot experience a negative thought and a positive thought at the same exact time. It can't. It cannot. You cannot have both. You have to have one or the other. So the whole point of attracting positive things in your life, or wanting to seek better things in your life, is planting the good seeds. First of all, you reap what you sow. Okay. If you plant an apple seed, you will get an apple tree. Do not plant an apple seed if you want a pineapple. It's not going to happen. If you want to get rich, don't plant poor seeds. You are going to reap what you sow. You need to go do some de-weeding and reevaluate things, because I'm telling you now, you'll always reap what you sow on that. And you don't just reap what you sow, you reap what you sow and more, right? Plant the apple seed, get the whole tree, and you get plenty of apples. That goes for the yin yang, right? The opposite too. If you plant the poor seed, you'll get plenty of them. But again, if it's all about removing the negative emotions, okay, and trying to shift the paradigm to positive emotions. So what I always do, and I want to tell you guys this is a good exercise to do definitely while you're trading, is try to identify. Don't just ignore negativity. The negative emotions are going to be there. You can't just forget about them. It's kind of like fear. You almost embrace it instead of ignore it. Because if you ignore it, you're just running in circles. If you embrace it and be thankful for it, and you're like, hey, thank you for letting me get this much closer to my goal. And that's positive, and you're embracing it. So it's the same thing. Identify sometimes in a negative situation, like, could I be more positive in this? And it's going to be hard for you to do this. You might have to sticky note it on your screen. But when something negative happens, identify the negative thing and try to find the positive to it and shift it over to the positive side. I used to write this on a piece of paper, and I'd have negative column and I would have the positive column. Write down the negative thing, and I would find the positive in that negative thing and go write down the positive. And then I would focus on the positive thing that happened instead of the negative. And so, and everything always has an opposite. There's always a positive, even in very bad situations, like the worst you can think of. There's always an opposite. You just got to find it. But I'm just saying, with trading itself, it also attracted good results for me. And it did. And I don't care what anybody says. I truly don't. I know it did. I know for a fact it did. My life changed when my mind changed. I promise. Like, I can't tell you enough. My life changed when my inner world changed. My inner world changed. My outer world. You know what Bob Proctor used to say? He used to say, your mind is a reflection. I think Napoleon Hill and Earl Nightingale read this out of Napoleon Hill's book, Think and Grow Rich. Your inner world, or your outer world, is a reflection of your inner world. And that is so true. It's so true. This is why, like, my desk is somewhat messy. It's a clutter. That just tells you there's a lot going on in my mind. So it's like, but also it's something I can improve, right? If my mind's more clear and clean, then my desk should be clear and clean. So as of right now, it's kind of cluttered. So it's like, oh, maybe I got a lot on my mind. So it's just like things like that. But yeah, you can attract good results in the market. I'm not kidding. I had the video like from 2017, 2018. By the way, I was doing YouTube then too. Trading, and I'll show you the video of the day that I had my snapping moment, like the snapping moment where I was like, whoa. I was like, hold up. I removed every indicator off my screen and instantly realized, oh my God, you can actually predict the market. And then at the time, this is what I was saying at the time, you can't really like know what's going to go on, but you can predict the market, right? In the same sense of, you can predict that you go to work today, but you can't really guarantee, technically speaking, that you actually make it to work. But you can go in it as you're going to get to work today. You know what I mean? That's exactly how I view the market. Like, I can predict the direction it's going. It technically doesn't have to go that way, but odds are it will. But yeah, I had that snapping moment, and I noticed I don't need these indicators. I don't need these indicators at all. It's just price action itself. I hope to goodness we can grow today. I know that I tend to lose people whenever I start going on these rants, and it's so unfortunate because they don't realize the rants, these little law of attraction tips and tricks that I'm given, are literally what changed me and allowed me to be a better trader. Like, it's so much more important than even the trading itself. I swear, I'm not kidding. Trading is not hard. It is not hard. It's all about the mindset. It's all about the emotions involved. It's all about the inner world, I promise you. It's psychology. That's what trading is. You know why I'm so good at trading also? It's because, and then I say that in a humble way, but it's because of human psychology. I know human psychology. I've always known it pretty well. And it's because I'm what would you call that? I'm an analytical person. I've always been an analytical person since a kid. So work on that, right? Something I was blessed with was being able to have pattern recognition, seeing patterns in everything. I always knew that at a young age. At a young age, I always knew, if you lie to me once and you lie to me twice, I will try to be optimistic and positive about things, but I'm going to expect you to lie to me again. So it's that same thing. It's like, but on a deeper level. So the market allows me to see that. And why does the market move with human psychology? Well, that's because humans invented it. And that's because humans and also invented the AI. Humans also invented the robots. Oh, well, there's a bot out here that, it's the algo, man. It's the algo that's going to make me rich. Okay, good luck. I'll still outbeat it. I will outperform it every single time. I promise you. Give me any bot, I will outperform it every single time. You guys have seen nothing compared to like what you see on my personal accounts, like my TradeEvade account, like personal, no prop firm. I don't even mention the amount you can make on it. It's absurd. It is absurd and it's unbelievable. I kind of can't blame nobody for believing. So, but I'm just saying there's so much potential there, and it's unfortunate some people get aggravated over this stuff because they don't realize eventually down the road, if they do make it, and I hope they do, if they do make it, then they will realize, wow, it was in front of me the whole time. The entire time, the food was in front of me and I wasn't eating. It's like wondering why you're starving and the plate of food's right in front of you. You just didn't know to pick it up and eat it. It's just, it eats me alive, man. Just know, like, I guess it eats me alive because I guess I did it too at one point. It's all about the right time, right place. So, on to the trading thing. You said, love it. Awesome. Appreciate you guys. I'm giving myself 100 emojis right now. If you guys see that on the screen, that's me. First person should believe in myself is myself. So I'm gonna go. Matter of fact, I'm gonna like the video. First person to believe in Austin Shepard should be me. When did we get an alert? When did we get an alert on the 4-hour time frame? What? That's 2 in the morning. I was awake at 2 in the morning. I did not see this alert. I don't know if you guys got this alert or not, but you guys can tell my alerts are pretty good that I have set up on here. They're good deal alerts. They're not buy signals. They're good deal alerts. Just identifying, hey, there's a good deal. But I will say this 4-hour with my alerts, the 4-hour, look how it pinpointed the bottom. Look, it pinpoints the red candle on the close. When the candle closes, it will not alert you until that candle closes. Remember how I say, don't assume someone's story until they're finished telling you everything? Well, that's why my alerts will not alert you in Discord until that candle has specifically closed. It will not send, it will not ping the notification whatsoever until it closes. If an alert appears, it won't ping until it closes with the alert, then boom, ping. But if it appears and then closes and the alert's not there anymore, it doesn't meet criteria, then it will not ping. But notice this close of the candle, the red candle here on the 4-hour, it pushed up very nice. Another alert here, pushed up very nice. Another alert here. We might see a pretty nice push up, but keep in mind, look at the wicks on this. You know, this is a 4-hour time frame, so it's a lot slower than you think. So notice the wicks. So we got a alert, a green candle, and then notice the wick, right? Alert, a green candle, notice the wick, right? And I say notice the wick on this next candle because it's always about 50% of the first green candle, right? So based on past patterns, this is what we should notice. The red candle right here, and then notice the push up, 50% of this candle, we should see a wick around this area. So kind of where we are right now. So now if I go to my 1-minute time frame, I kind of see where our average area is right here. So we should see some bouncing action somewhere, I would say somewhere within 50% of this range right here. So I think we'll come back down a little bit more than likely. But now we kind of can identify. You see that one thing right there, that one pattern recognition that would make me really great at trading. That's just one thing, and I'm teaching you guys what I do here. But that's just one thing. So now I know 50% of this pullback here is likely to happen. We're likely to see somewhere around this area. So what can I do? Leave this line here and eventually delete it, but go and get my support and resistance in the 4-hour. Go and get my support and resistance in the 5-minute. My criteria that I will go over every day. And find the support and the resistance that is closest to this line here. I'm going to make this line blue so that we know. So anything closest to that blue line, whatever support and resistance is closest to that blue line, it's probably the support and resistance it's going to pull back and bounce at. And now I can go and draw me, after I do my analysis and everything, the way price is moving on the 1-minute, I could draw me that white line to predict the market. And then they're like, how do you know it's going to come down and then bounce exactly at that support and resistance and then do this exact high or low here? Then I'm like, oh, well, I don't know. I guess my brain just put 2 and 2 together, like on the 4-hour, the 5-minute, the 1-minute, the 2-minute, the price action, the way it's moving on price action. The indicators just kind of added confidence there. Your insights are gold. I appreciate you, brother. It's awesome. I really appreciate that. That motivates me. It's nice to hear that. It really is nice to hear that. All right. Here. Oh, shoot. All right. You guys are seeing me when I'm at 276 subscribers. I would take advantage of it. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to blow up because probably, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to try, but I'm not going to try to get like famous, but I'm going to try to get it up there. I want to build a business. I want to build a brand. I'm just saying you can take advantage of being able to communicate with me right now as well. Like eventually it's going to be hard for me to communicate with every single person individually. It already is actually starting to get difficult, and I'm not even that. I'm literally, I just don't have a lot of time, I guess. So we're gonna get the support and resistance and see what's closest to this blue line here. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just delete this real quick. All right, let me make this line white. So we got our support right there. Noticed I drew my support where the body of the green candle closed. Because if you really think about this, when it had a little gap up on the 4 hour right here, it gapped up, and this green candle at one point was way up here. It still managed to trade up, but it pulled back quite a bit. So this gap up was very important. It's like, okay, did it gap up like right where this green candle opens? Is that the support or resistance? But really ask yourself, why did it push all the way up here to near this blue line and then pull back down and then close? It closed right here. Why would it close right there? If the support was down here, you would think that you would get a retest of this next candle. It didn't retest. And if the resistance was right, well, I guess support and resistance right there. Long story short, when this candle pulled back and closed there, I feel like on average, this is, again, support and resistance is more of, you need a buffer zone. It can't be exact on every single time. So unless you're day trading, if you're day trading your support and resistance, like scalping, I'll explain that. Your stop losses could be right there below it. But right here, I'm not going to over explain so we can get to trading. I drew my support and resistance because of this little area here, just so you guys know. I try to be transparent. Some YouTubers out there, I'm not knocking on everybody, by the way. Some people take it that way. I don't think some of these successful YouTubers would take it that way, because I'm pretty sure they would all believe in the law of attraction as well, as in, think positively. They'll naturally pick up on these positive things. You know what I mean? They won't just see negative things. That's a big indication, by the way. Somebody just takes something negatively right off the bat, and they're this well-known YouTuber. They're probably not going to be there very long. Something is, their mindset is going to have to change. Let's see. It's the law. There's no way around it. So from this support to this resistance here. So we do got a resistance right here. And of course, we got one up here as well. But we can tell those are pretty even there too. So that's a good sign. I can move this up a little bit. I'll just move it to the body of the candles. Try not to draw support and resistance on wicks. I drew this support and resistance based on right here, this first resistance we had after a run. So we had a run, green candle, green candle, green candle, green candle, red. Okay. Where did the red candle open? Not close. Where did the red candle open? Or where did the green candle, before the red candle appeared, where did that green candle close? That's better said. So it closed here. And you can see the validation that it's a real good resistance is it broke through and closed above it. But then all of a sudden broke back below it. So it did not like it. So it instantly closed right back below it. Therefore, never broke. It was a fake out. Did the same exact thing, but could not make a higher high above it. And then once it closed back below it, it started trading down back to its support. So you know that when a candle closes below that resistance and it starts trading back to its support, it's a very valid resistance. And then also the wicks do add some validation there. But you draw it mainly because of the body of the candles. The wicks can add, can validate that there is a lot of pending orders there. So we got our support and resistance. Also, for some reason, it's like the golden ratio. Support and resistance tend to be very even. You can tell my support and resistance right now look even. Like mathematically, they look like they're, let's just say $1, $2, $3. It's not 124, 274. They're not uneven. They look very even, which hints why this tool here, this box tool that I have that draws these lines evenly, 25 cents a piece. I say cents, 25, 50, 75, 100. So it starts from 0, 25, 50, 75, 100. They're even. It hints why that actually works pretty well whenever I'm drawing my support and resistance. So if I were to draw a box here at the top to the bottom, look how even that is. You guys see that middle 50 line there? It's perfect. It's perfect. So in that case, could I not just draw minor support and resistance like this and lower it? Uh-oh, what did I do? And lower it down here like this, boom, and then go to my 1 minute time frame and have my minor support and resistance. Oh my goodness, I'm on to something. Look how perfect. As long as you can draw your, oh my goodness, as long as you can draw your 4-hour main support and resistance, you're going to be golden with your day trading support and resistance. Now again, I'm going to go to the 5 minute here and draw these more accurately. Don't really necessarily have to because they are averages. They're not going to reject perfectly every time, but I do want to have them nice and neat. See, I could do this, right? I could do this. So here's what I'm going to do. Minor support and resistance will be drawn on the 5 minute time frame, but I'm using the 4-hour time frame and using my box tool. My box tool and the settings look like this if you want to copy them. They the price level 0, and then these are unchecked. But 25, 50, 75, and 1. Background's off. All this other stuff is off. All these are off besides these two things. I don't even know if it's necessary for these to be on. I just have my opacity all the way down. So turn these off, the time levels, everything's off besides these up here. And then I made them all white, of course, because just white lines on a black screen just looks clean. And then, inverted, vice versa, it would look good too. I love a clean setup. Remember what I said about the clean desk? It's a clear mind. Same for trading. If you have indicators everywhere all over your screen, there's a big sign that is literally your beginning problem on why you're not consistent. It's not that the indicators are wrong. It's that you're thinking of them wrong. So it's the questions you ask yourself. So again, what I'm going to do is draw the minor support and resistance using that box tool right there. So they're white lines, right? But then I'm going to go from the actual top on the 4 hours. So the top 4 hour right here, this one, I'm going to draw one more, right? I'm going to draw one more and draw all the way down to the 4-hour support and resistance. So now it overlaps that one. But this one, I'm going to make it yellow. Watch this. I'm going to make it yellow. See, matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and just do this right here. I think, can't I just, yeah, I think I already have presets set here. I think. Purple. Oh, no, that's like a whole nother template. White. Oh, these are highlighted boxes that I saved. Okay, let me just remove all this. Boom, 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 boom. So you can like highlight certain areas. That's actually pretty interesting. Background, none. Save. I'm going to save this real quick. Save as white line. And then I just need to go and I'm going to make these yellow here. Yellow lines. Just see what I'm doing here in just a second. I'm doing this so now I can just quickly go over here instead of doing all that right there and go over here and just change them, change the colors, boom, boom. And so my yellow lines here are going to be my main for the day, my main support and resistance. So we got our white line, the minor ones, and we got the yellow lines, the major support and resistance as a day trade. And then these longer white lines, I could change color too, technically speaking. I could change it to like red or like, I wouldn't suggest red really. I try to avoid green or red when it comes to support and resistance. It does have a subconscious influence on your decision making. It's one reason why, if you're not an experienced trader, the red candles and green candles can sometimes affect you emotionally, and you want to not involve emotions. Hence why you see a lot of forex traders, they'll use like black and white candlesticks. I used to use those. But these are nostalgic for me, so I like using them. But yeah, so basically major resistance 4 hour and supports, and then your major day trading yellow lines, support and resistance, and then the minor day trading white lines. When I go to my 1 minute time frame, now I know. You guys see something here? You guys see? Look at the blue line. You guys see the blue line? All right, our blue line at 25,806. Look at the support and resistance we have right next to the blue line. So I can delete the blue line. Now I know, okay, 50%, a little bit of a 50% pullback on that 4 hour time frame that it does tend to repeat. So it has the past patterns, is going to be this line here. So we're probably going to pull back down to 25,812.75. Then we'll probably see it push back up. Can it push right now by itself, keep going straight up? Absolutely. But I feel like more than likely, we're going to start seeing a pullback like this. More than likely. Now, it can go right on up. That's why I emphasize this. It can go right on up if it wants to. But I think we should start seeing a pullback to the support. It'll probably be a manipulation area, and then start trending right back up all the way up to its next support and resistance. More than likely, this is what's going to happen. It'll break this. Does this not make sense? It will break this support and resistance, this little bitty minor one here. And get this right here. This is very frustrating for a lot of people, I know, but watch this. This is where everyone's stop losses are. So does that make sense? Here's your support. Everyone's expecting a bounce here. And they're like, okay, I'll buy here at support because this is where it bounced in the past. Buy here at support. And once it closes below that support, they're like, oh, it's breaking structure. It's going to start making lower lows and lower highs. And in reality, it actually is where the smart money is. And this is where your old stop loss new entry should be. I made a video on this, a YouTube short, if you guys want to watch it, about the stop loss situation. It's about stop hunting, where smart money enters. I think it's the latest one I uploaded, honestly, I think. But your stop loss, it's not that you don't need a stop loss, you need one. But it's the simple fact that, is my mic on? Is it? Let's see here. I don't know if it's working. Oh, I think it is. Let me make sure. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. But it's simply about adjusting your stop loss. So making sure that where your old stop loss would originally be, instead of taking a position yet, take a position where your stop loss was going to be, and then put a stop loss below that support. So if your stop loss is in this blue area, then this should be your entry. This blue area right here should be your entry. And then your stop loss should be below that area. So if it ever breaks below that area, that's your stop loss. But this right here is technically entry. So you got your 3 stages, guys. You got your accumulation sideways zone here, right? And then you got your manipulation right here, the most important entry spot. And then you got your distribution, which is going to be right up here. So you have your zones. You have your accumulation zone, you have your manipulation zone, and then you have your distribution zone. So that's just how it's going to work. And now if this comes down and actually closes below this area and starts trading down, then obviously it wasn't manipulation area. It wasn't where smart money actually is buying. So we could get out of the trade. But and I hope, I really hope it goes as planned. Hopefully this thing pulls back down and proves me right here, because it would be a great lesson. Because if it doesn't prove me right here, which it doesn't have to, nothing's guaranteed in the market. But if it doesn't prove me right here, and starts going up without it, then it's just such a good lesson that it's almost invalid to some people, because they won't take it seriously. But if it happens, they'll take it way more seriously. You know what I mean? So I really hope this time is the time it actually happens again. Hopefully, 8 out of 10 times it happens. Hopefully it's not one of those 2 that doesn't. Again, no matter how bullish it looks, This candle has 40 seconds till it closes, and watch it end up closing red. I'm going to swap over to my NinjaTrader real quick. You can see I got this count here. Let me see here. I'm up 1950. That's from last night, I believe. When did we? I'm just gonna go back to October. I don't know when this was even. Here's the stats on it. Obviously not the absolute best I've done. 66% win rate. Not the best, but that's still way above average. Your average day trader, your average Wall Street trader is 51% win rate, and they manage their risk so well that you can profit on a 30% win rate. And I've proven that before. You can have a 30% win rate and be green. I think one of my days was 30% or 40. No, one of my days was 40%. And I was up $715. Because I managed my risk a lot better. But yeah, so 66% is still really good, but not for me with my scalping. Usually I'm around 85 on average, sometimes 90, sometimes 70, but 85 is usually my average that I have here. And it sounds ridiculous, but I post these all the time. I mean, I have the stats right here to show, but you can see this nice distribution curve right here is clean, but you can see the ups and downs we had. Of course, I will say whoever's in the just heads up, I just heard something. Whoever's in the voice chat, make sure your mic is muted just in case. I don't want you to say any personal information or anything like that either. But basically, I will say this account right here went through it, man. This account went through it. We still managed to pass it, but oh man, this account absolutely went through it, dude. The ups and downs that this poor guy had to go through. Like, good grief. I'm serious. I'd never seen something like it before. Like, it's still in a green. We went live. We went live on all of the on all 3 days. It took us 3 days to pass that. And I'm just waiting the other 2 days for the 5 trading days. But you guys witnessed it. If you want to go back and eventually rewatch those, episode 3, insane. I mean, I was going from up 400, down 400, up 400, down 400. I'm like, good grief. And did you guys notice? I don't know if you noticed this, but there was a lot of other traders uploading to YouTube how yesterday was very frustrating. And I was like, I knew, and I called it out. I was like, I watch other people start talking about this, because yesterday was it was unfortunately very inconsistent. And why I say unfortunate was because that was when the ninja trading competition was happening, and I wanted to really win that, and I did terrible. On that, but I went back to look. I think I was down $217 or something like that in total. And it was crazy. If you look at all the featured traders in there, I actually didn't do too bad. Whenever I look back on it, all the featured traders were down like $800 to $1,500. And these are like traders that are actually established and verified on NinjaTrader and stuff like that. So you could just tell that there was a lot of inconsistency. A lot of traders didn't do super well yesterday. But congrats to the ones that did. I'm going to go ahead and delete this. Again, this might push up without our pullback, and that's okay if it does. But keep in mind, you don't want to rush into things. We're at that major support and resistance right here. The yellow line is our major support and resistance on the 5-minute. The white lines are our 1-minute minor support and resistance. So we got a minor support and a major support and resistance here. So there is going to be some resistance. I wouldn't expect this thing to start ripping up. Absolutely can. It can. Right? But I'm not going to keep emphasizing that every trade, but I'm just letting you know. I don't want you guys to be like, well, he said it wasn't going to rip up and it ripped up. It's like, oh, thought you were a good trader. You know what I mean? So I highly doubt you guys here specifically would do that. Surely not. If you do, you have a lot to work on, like in your mind, not trading. And that's not and by the way, if that's you, first step is admitting to it, but it's not a bad thing when I say you have a lot to work on. I just mean before trading ever steps in, that's something you're going to want to fix. Identifying that problem first. You just simply understand not every trade is going to go as planned. It's not going to move exactly as planned, but you can see the resistance here that I wouldn't expect this thing to rip up is clear. This is something I prevent myself from getting in on. If anything, I'd buy shorts here. You know what a normal trader would do? They'd buy longs because they're like, oh, it's breaking out. Even if they had a valid support and resistance, which usually don't. But even if they did have a valid support and resistance right here, the same one I have, they would say, oh, it closed above it. Okay, it's going to break out and start heading up. And then they would buy the the longs, and then it ends up closing right back below it. And then they end up taking a loss, and then it ends up going back up. And it's like they just get on this really bad rhythm of forcing trades, and then they buy long and it drops, and then they sell for a loss, and then it rises, and they're like, oh, now this is going to be it. And then they buy the long again, and then it drops again, and they're like, oh, just back to back. I know you guys have experienced that. We all have. We've all experienced that. Shoot, I catch myself sometimes still experiencing that. So just know it's always there. We just build tolerance to it. We learn from it. At the end of the day, guys, you got to keep reminding yourself, at the end of the day, we are just human. So you can't beat yourself up too much. You just got to do what you can. I told my wife that she's wanting to learn how to trade, right? I always told her too. I told her the same thing. I said, you're a woman. You're an emotional creature. And we laugh about it. And you guys heard her the other day. She was like, yeah, it's true. That, that we are emotional creatures. But basically, I told her, I said, she was so aggravated. She gets so emotional in trading. And I told her, I said, look, you can't beat yourself up too much because you are a human. In fact, if you didn't have any emotions at all, then I'd be kind of concerned. I'm like, genuinely, I'd be kind of concerned. There's going to be emotions involved. It doesn't matter. Even me, even if it seems like I'm not emotional. Yesterday, you guys got to witness that. I got very frustrated and then went outside and took a breather. But things like that are going to happen. So just know, because you involved emotions doesn't mean you haven't made it. They're going to be there. You build up this tolerance, and you build up this like way of managing your emotions a lot better. Look at this pullback down. We were expecting this. You guys see how we prevented that potential triple top here? But I'm telling you, even when it comes back down here, it's going to end up faking itself out. I don't know about you guys. I love looking at this plain chart right here. It's so satisfying to me. It's so satisfying. Again, when price comes down to our area where we could potentially get entries on, right? The best thing to do isn't to buy. The same thing for indicators. The best thing to do is not to buy because it touches our support. The best thing to do is let it be used as a signal to tell you, hey, we're at a good deal area. Let me start watching price action. If it starts confirming any kind of bullish candlesticks, bullish patterns, anything at the support or off the support, then you can buy for entries. Now, the reason I say this is because, and you'll see me doing this a lot. I think my first video uploaded on YouTube, I talk about this. You can do it when it buys the support, or whenever it touches support, and when it closes below support is your stop loss technically. But you got to be careful doing that. I think it's better because you could experience fake outs like this here. It closed below the support and then pop right back above it. So I think it's better, honestly, to wait for the green candle to happen off the support and then go long than do the opposite. So right here, instead of buying because it's red here, you would wait for the green candle that engulfs it, or any green candle that shows potential. You would get skin in the game when that shows potential. This is how you should be trading longer term instead of short term game, is when it closes green or gives you a bullish sign off the support level is your skin in the game, right? You get 1 or 2 contracts in, whatever you want to do, so that you don't miss out on trades, because sometimes it just keeps going straight up. But most of the time is you got your confirmation. It's the green candle confirmation. Then you wait for the good deal, the pullback. So green candle confirmation here. It's like, okay, yeah, we're going to go up. Then I would wait for the pullback, and this pullback here, this is where the real true entries should be for a nice push to the resistance. All right. This is approaching this area here. And before this sets up, I'm going to run here really fast so that I could watch this before it starts setting up. Here, give me just a second. Let's see. Okay, I had to go grab the charger. So, do you guys see how I called that out there, that little push back down? How I didn't expect it to push back up? Let's just start to watch and see if we start getting a bounce. We should get some sideways action. Let's just see what happens here. Notice how well my criteria is. You guys remember the indicator that I was telling you guys about, like the how I indicated what is this? Oh, how I indicated to a lot of people that this is going to be a buy area, technically speaking, right? But we got to watch the candles and see how they close and how they act around this level, because it doesn't have to, but we watch and see what happens when it does so. But notice how my indicator is pinging buy signals, technically speaking, right now, right? Not buy signals, I guess I would say, but good deal, right? You can see it down there, good deal for longs. It shows that the indicator is genuinely reading my here, let me get off this real quick. It's reading my criteria there perfectly. All right. It is so difficult to grow on YouTube, I swear. Okay. We need a little buffer zone here. So on the support and resistance, we need a buffer zone. So we need to understand where, if it does break, because if it breaks a little bit below the support, it's not meaning that it's going to head down to its next support. We need a buffer zone to where if it breaks that buffer zone, then it's heading next to to the next support. So I'm going to go to that same line and go in the past. Right here's the same line. What candle caused it to break and start trading to the next support? And it looks like it would be this candle here. So where this line is, so our buffer zone is there. So right there, when this candle closed below that area, it seemed to want to run all the way to its support. So we need to watch out for that area. So I'm going to do this right here. I'm going to make the line purple just to stand out a little bit. And then that purple area too, a good resistance area, seems to be right there. So when we go back, we got a little box area, which makes sense. It's within our drawing. So our area we want to see hold it are these purple lines here. We want to see it bounce within these purple lines and then eventually break above and close above the purple line. We don't want to see it close below this purple line. Last time it closed below the purple line, it headed to this yellow line. If that makes sense based on past patterns. Look how many buy signals we're getting, or good deal signals we're getting right here. You just a heads up, usually when there's multiple good deal signals like that, usually it's not a good sign. Usually that's a sign of it continuing down, from my experience at least. Now I can totally pop here. And of course, I think it will. I think I'm going to buy one to get skin in the game here. And my stop loss will be if it closes below it. So I'll get some skin in the game here.
Order filled.
Buy one contract on MNQ, just one contract. If this was NQ, I wouldn't even be buying right now. Not one contract on NQ, it's MNQ, micro. This candle closes in 15 seconds. Again, if the 1 minute candle closes below that, it could be stop loss. If the 2 minute candle has, the 2 minute closes also in 5 minutes. Five-minute candle has, I'm going to see, it has 3 minutes and 50 seconds. 3 minutes and 50 seconds. That triple top right there is affecting it a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm trying to figure out real quick because it could have a pullback up. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and cut the loss on this. But it could have a little pullback up and fake out. There's a part of me that wants to add to it, and that's what I'm trying to determine. You know, there's a point where you're adding to a loss. It is a good deal, so I think I'm gonna buy one more contract with it, and that'll be it. If
Order filled.
we start see how that really lowered my average. Now, if it barely even moves up here, then I'll be up. So I can probably break even. Or now again, I could be, if it keeps dropping, I could be adding to my loss. But if it does pull back up and I'm correct, it barely has to pull up for me to even be up. And then I can just get out of the trade if I want. But as of right now, I want to see this candle really close green. Ideally, that would be nice. It closes in 8 seconds. Why am I not in the position here? Oh, I'm on the wrong. Okay, here. There we go. Now you can see where my order is. So you can see it on here as well, but I might actually just watch this one. So many lines on the other one. I'm down 18. I'm down about, oh, there we go. Averaging down is helping me a lot. I'm actually up now. 14, 16, instead of taking a $70 loss because I understood the value. I'm literally tempted to take profit, but I want to see where this 5-minute candle closes. It closes here soon. We got 1 minute till the 5-minute closes, and I'm curious if the 5-minute closes green or closes good enough, I might stay in the trade for a retest of highs. But if it doesn't, let's go look at the 4-hour and see if it still looks good. So the 4-hour based on past patterns last time is it ends green, but it wicks around this area around like 50% of that previous candle, and we are at 50% of that previous candle, so it needs to pull up here. So I guess what I could say is if we break new lows, I could definitely cut loss. But if not, we should be able to see a retest. This could be a complete fake out, but for the safety, if you are scared of it going south on you, this could be a spot where you could just leave the position and just wait for it. 5-minute closes here soon. 10 seconds. That 5-minute carries a lot of downward momentum. I would say that's one of the only bad things. It's not really a deal breaker to me, but in fact, some downward momentum causes some of the biggest pushes. When you see a downtrend and then instantly a uptrend right away, like this right here, we're bouncing right off the 5-minute support, right back to our area of here. This was where the fake out was. The smart money came in play right here. You see a big push. Came a little bit lower than I was expecting there, but big push back up. 5-minute was pushing. We were up 110. Waiting for the close of the candle was very, very, very important. Now this thing can completely recover. I could stand this thing all the way back to the top, and it probably will. Of course, I'm very quick with taking profit. So what I will do is likely walk away with $100, and then I can hop back in. So I'm gonna take my
order filled,
$112 there. Take the profit. This thing's going to probably recover. Now, hopefully it doesn't just, I mean, if you're in the trade, I hope you're the best, but I want a good deal. So if it does pull back down a little bit, then I'll probably back in just to make another solid trade there. Mm. Let me make sure my volume's good. Make sure my yeah, good. All right. So again, keep in mind, I teach for free, absolutely, and I tell everybody as much information as I possibly can about things. And I do free live streams every once in a while. But keep in mind, this week, at the end of last week and this week, is why I'm live streaming so much right now. In my Discord, I usually go live with no latency and stuff like that, but it's usually just for my private mentorship, just because it's a lot to kind of go over as well. But I make videos helping, and then also I do lives at least 1 to 2 times a week, for free. Like I don't charge for it whatsoever. I'm just trying to build a brand, trying to build a business. Obviously, you got to do, something like that. Can't just absolutely give everything away. But I'm giving things away. It's just more organized, and you get to copy my trades. Like I'm teaching everything I know for free. You don't have to. There's no need to buy anything like that. But if you do, you just get to copy my trades as you're learning. I guess you could say. So you can make money on the side. Again, total decision. Just throwing it out there. So here, this might be a good deal here. Let me see. Could be a pullback down too. Got to keep in mind, remember, instead of predicting reversal, it's why the Saints pulling back down, because the shorts viewed that as a good, the bears viewed it as a good deal for shorts. Again, during an uptrend, green candle, green candle, green candle, green candle, green candle, green candle, right? You expect these candles were once red, but you would expect them to close green. So in this case, red candle, red candle, red candle, red candle. This candle was once green, but you would expect it to close red. So that's how you want to kind of go about things. And this is the 5-minute time frame. You do this on the 1 minute too. But that's how you want to view things. Truly, it's how you want to view things. I know it sounds a little wild. You made over $100 on 2 micros. Yeah. Yes, I just did. I could show my actually here. Here's my entry and exits. I forgot I could show that on here. You can see my trade lines. I think that's how you do it. Yeah, my trade lines are right there. So I bought the initial position right here. It went down, it averaged in down here, and then it pushed up, and I took profit way up here. I could also just plot executions there. Yeah, you can see them there as well. So bought one here, added one here, and sold up there. But yeah, I'm up 113 bucks. I don't know why on there it's saying my P&L is only 83, but up here my cash balance you can see from 25,000 to 25,113. So again, the Saints probably going to start trying to push up. Remember the higher low formation I was talking about. Now it does not have to. What you can do though is buy long here. I can go long right here if I want to, and your stop loss is going to be right here at the close below this previous low. If it closes below this previous low, anywhere in this area, I would probably take the loss right here. I'm trying to get this even for you guys. I'm sure there's better ways I could be doing this. If the candle ever closed below somewhere within this blue area here, if a candle closes in that blue area, I would take loss on that. So if we were to take a long position right now, at least your stop loss is so close and your chances of profit is so far. So your risk to reward is worth it. Very nice. Appreciate you. Appreciate that a lot. I called out this little pullback down. I could have got shorts on this. I didn't because obviously it'd be going against the trend there. But this pullback down, I had this drawn up there. I'm going to go ahead and delete the drawing now. But when we were up here and I was trying to tell everybody how it's better to not this thing's likely to not push on up, but instead reject back down to this area. I didn't think it would come down this far, but I did think it would come down to right here around this line that I had drawn. Basically around this area here. Support. But it pushed up, and now it's starting to show signs of rejection here on this support and resistance. So it might be heading back down. We did get a close of a green candle in the 5-minute. That's a very good sign. I'm going to be looking to buy in some longs again here soon. See if this candle closes here. I might buy some more longs. There's a part of me that wants to buy in right now. But again, keep in mind, this pattern is pretty strong to the downside. It pushed up and it's trying to reject. So the probability of profiting is higher than losing, in my opinion, or I wouldn't be taking the trade in the first place. But it still isn't incredibly high. So there could be a chance it could be a stop loss. But it's so close by, I wouldn't mind it. Again, this candle closes in 15 seconds. I'm trying to wait to see if it'll close. Ideally, what I'm looking for is for it to close green, and I want to see it close pretty green here. Let's see. 3 seconds. Here we go. Starting to close green. Now, this does not mean that it's going to start trading up, but there's a higher chance now for it to continue trading up. So I can buy one.
Order filled.
If it drops down a little bit lower, I'll add it into my contracts. The only reason I buy one right there, I'm going to add one more.
Order filled.
The only reason I add in there is because it could continuously start trading up, like green, 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 right? And that would be actually really awesome. That's usually what you would want to look for. So that's the only reason I get skin in the game right off the bat, right when the next candle opens. If that candle closed really green and closed good, I would get skin in the game on the very next candle, right when it opens. And then if it drops down where I would initially want to buy is at the good deal, then that's going to be that area. Again, if this closes down here, and there's a good chance it can, if it closes down here, then I'll take a loss on it. It very well could. It makes sense because it's not wanting to break any highs. That's why I was saying earlier, it's not going to be the best setup. It's not wanting to break any highs. It's like lower lows, lower highs. Though I think that overall, we could see a nice pop to the upside. We need to be careful here. This really needs to close green, and I want to see it close above this area. This is what I'm kind of looking for. It needs to close green and close green above this area here. Why is my line like that? We need to close back above the area. Why is my line like that? Okay. I don't know. That's weird. But yeah, we need to close above this area here. If we can close green above that area, we'll likely retest up. Again, I don't like trend lines. I like flat support and resistance. So with this one, I need to go and edit the settings. It's driving me nuts. Okay, there we go. What did I just do? I'm watching it, but I'm being patient. Again, so far, it looks like there's a good chance this is going to be a stop loss. Now, again, it's at that previous support level. Don't get me wrong. It's nice, but this thing would need to really push up immediately. It can't like right now it's struggling so much that it makes me almost want to get out of the trade. I'm just trying to prevent a fake out from happening. The 2 minute looks like it has potential for a pullback up, but this is likely to keep breaking these lows here. This 1 minute closes in 30 seconds. Yeah, we might actually see this bottom support down here. There's a part of me that wants to add in, but I think it would be best to probably, I'm waiting for this close here, but I think it would be best probably to cut loss. And then when it does touch, then you can add in instead of just holding through the whole thing and then adding when it touches, just buying a whole new position. It just kind of helps a little bit. The 5 minute closes in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. I was tempted to wait for it, but we're going to see. We're going to see if I should or not here. We will end up seeing higher highs. More than likely, we will see a push up. But temporarily right now, as a day trade, that really matters. We could see a temporary move down. That's why I'm kind of hesitant on whether or not I should stay in or not. I also am trying to wait for the close of the candle to be patient with things. If it closes green, then I can add into my position. Remember, guys, it's the questions you ask yourself. So one of the biggest questions is, if it broke lows, did it break lows? Yes or no? If it did, ask yourself this question: how aggressive was the new low? If it wasn't very aggressive, then obviously what's that mean? It probably doesn't want to trade lower. So if it makes a lower low, if it's aggressive, it has momentum and it's probably pushing. If it makes a lower low and it's not that aggressive and didn't even want to close new lows, like it literally just broke lows, like right here, this one candle broke lows, instantly trying to close back green. And what's that tell me? That tells me that there's a good chance it probably wants to trade back up. I'm going to actually add it.
Order filled.
I'm just buying one contract. Again, there's no confirmation of a push up here. We got an indication that there's a green candle closing right when this candle broke a new low. We immediately pulled back. That's a good sign, but it's not confirmation. I always say this actually quite a bit, that it's a 50% confirmation. Your 50% confirmation is the bullish indication on a bounce, but the actual valid bounce is a higher high and higher low off the support. That's confirmation. Then people usually wait for the pullback for the good deal. Then they buy in. That's usually how that goes. That's for like when I traded SPY with options, or when you trade TQ or NQ, stuff like that with ETFs and stuff. ETFs, the inverse ETFs. That's where I mainly built my stuff and my strategy and learned. Didn't know. I don't think prop firms weren't even a thing when I was doing that, actually, that I'm aware of. As in, they weren't a thing, but they could have been a thing, just nobody really knew about them. I guess there's always been such thing as a proprietary firm. Guys keep, again, remember, prop firm doesn't mean prop money. That's not what prop stands for in prop firm. It does not mean paper money. It means proprietary. It means using someone else's funds to trade. That's what that means. There's a big misconception on that for some reason. It's pushing on up. I was down 120 and I am only down 30 now. I think that we will likely start seeing it pull back up a little bit. Again, no confirmation just yet, but I'm being patient with it. We need to really have a set plan. This thing pulled back and closed green, which is really good, but again, wicks do tend to point direction. I'm not going to lie to myself. Wicks do tend to point direction. So if it pushes up, I'm not going to stay in for an entire rip on up to the upside. But we need a plan here. Where could our stop loss now be? Like, could we reduce this instead of being down $150? Could we reduce it instead of having it way down here? This candle closes in 20 seconds. I will say, if this candle closes really red down here, not even if it breaks these previous lows, if it closes really red down here, where it's at right now, it might even break the previous lows for all we know. Good Lord. Then I'll probably walk away from the trade. I'm gonna make sure, remember, before I enter or exit any trades, I always try to go to the 1 minute, 2 minute, and 5 minute to kind of look at things to see if there's something else I'm not seeing, because it happens all the time. Every chart has different candles, and every candle tells a different story. And you can view this right now. The 15-minute looks bearish. This could be a 3-bar play. Big red candle, small red candle, another big red candle. Could possibly happen. Again, I think odds are it'll likely find its way back up, but I would have to wait for 3 minutes and 30 seconds to figure this out. So maybe what I could do is go to the 1 minute time frame and try to predict the next 3 candles, and then that will tell me the 5-minute close. But if this 5-minute can close really green, it would have to close really green. If it can close really green, then I could see another big push up. I could see a big push up. But if it closes really red, or like even where it's at now or lower, I could see this thing continuing its fall down because it's struggling, right? There's no sign, technically speaking, other than the green candles that it's wanting to go up. Right now, it is still down. It's still pointing down. If you were to use a moving average right now, it's pointing down. And that's how you usually want to use those averages, is which direction is it pointing. If it can go up and break these previous highs here and start actually showing signs, like if I draw a manual like average right here, just an average price, this one's pointing down. It needs to start pointing up. In order for it to curl and start pointing up here, this price has to move on up. So it has to be a pretty big move. So we will either see a big move up here, which looks like it's trying, or we'll see it pull back down. Odds are, like I said, based on our 4-hour analysis, we usually should get a nice push up. Not because of this buy alert, this little buy alert here, or I guess you would say my good deal area is what alerts the Discord. I'm just reading past patterns based on this. Every time it does this, it usually does pull back down about 50% of that candle, 50% of that candle, and right here we're about 50% of this green candle. And usually this is where it pulls back. Usually this 4-hour candle will close green, but that's another 3 hours. So don't really want to wait that long, do it. Not as a day trader. I was tempted to leave the trade right there. That wouldn't have been a bad area just to walk away. So we don't have to hold through all this mess until it confirms. Then if it pushes up and confirms, I could hop back in. If I was paying a little more attention, I probably would have done that. Because right now this is showing signs of no growth. Right now it's just showing signs of no growth. And I could honestly probably take the loss here, reverse it to shorts, and maybe even recover what I lose to break even. But I don't really want to do that because I'm curious where this 5 minutes is going to close. I would hate to do that and then the 5-minute actually pull back and close really green. That would be unfortunate. And again, from being up $100 earlier, I'm only down $40 at the moment. So me being down $150 isn't really affecting me that much. That's why I was saying this trade was a little riskier. It looks like we are going to try to retest this line down here. Will this engulf? If this candle, this 2-minute has 40 seconds. If this candle can close really green here and engulf this entire red candle, I'll stay in. But if it doesn't, then I'll get out. It could engulf here. I'm surprised it's green right now. Usually this would have already been red. That's another thing. Make sure you're watching the way the candles are acting during the trade. Like, yes, it matters. It matters the way they're acting, the way they hold. If they're holding green really well, that's a sign you want to mentally take. You want to take that note mentally or write it down. Probably mentally, because that would be a lot of candles to write down. It shows, I mean, on a smaller time frame, it shows that price is holding, right? That would be like that's like price pulling up and then going sideways for a while. If price goes up and goes sideways for a while, it shows price is accepting. Or is it struggling to break highs? It's a question you ask yourself. It can be perceived both ways. Unfortunately, guys, I think it's going to be more likely a loss. It is showing very good signs that it wants to hold, but it's probably best to leave the trade. So I think on that note, I think I'm going to walk away.
Order filled.
Unfortunately, I cut a hefty loss on it. I'm down $110 on the day so far. It's fine. It is touching our yellow line here, but again, because it's touching that doesn't mean we should hold in and do all this. It is a strong support level, right? It's a major support level on the 5-minute. We got one here, we got one here, and we got one here. But just be careful. You always have to tell yourself this, okay? So yeah, it's a strong support and resistance, right? but you do got to remind yourself this. I do think that overall this thing might start to eventually start to curl, but keep in mind it pushed 100% here. So from the start of this push to the top of it right there, and now it's pulled back. How much percent did it pull back of that push? And it's not even done. It's not done yet. Like, it hasn't shown us that it's done yet. It showed signs that it's hesitant, but it's still making lower lows. So far, we are over 50% off on this push. If something pushes 100% and it's strong, then it's not going to pull back 100%. So if it pulled back down here, I wouldn't want to buy the longs. I wouldn't want to be a part of it. And it's one reason, on the micro scale that made me hesitate up here was because it pulled back 100%. So like 100% of this move yanked back 100%. And usually during that kind of situation, it's showing, it's taking everything it gained. And something that's growing isn't going to make $100 and lose $100. Take your account, for example. If you're a consistent trader and you're growing and your account wants to see growth, it's going to make $100, maybe lose 50. Make another $100, maybe lose 50. That's usually what happens. Now, of course, during choppy days, it can happen. Like, I just made 113 earlier, just lost 110. I'm literally back down. So that's like a sideways movement there. So it just shows that if that's the case, it's not showing consistency, if that makes sense. So in a way, like, what I'm trying to say is my trade right now, I'm 50%. I'm winning one, losing one, both the same amounts. Technically speaking, the loss is actually bigger. It's not to make me look bad. I'm just being honest with you. I'm just being straight honest. Thanks for liking the stream, guys. We have 7 likes in here. Nice. All right. Let me make sure the sounds okay in here. I have to check it every once in a while now. Yeah, there we go. So again, yeah, we're at support level, and typically we do end up holding here, but there is no signs, guys. So don't predict reversal. Don't get into predicting reversals. It's lower lows, lower highs so far. It is constantly pushing down so far. I do think eventually we'll turn around. But even if we do, most likely you don't just go from a downtrend to an uptrend, the V shape. It happens, but you usually don't do that. Usually what happens is you go from an uptrend to a downtrend to uptrend to downtrend to uptrend to downtrend, like that, right? And the same thing for this downtrend. It usually isn't just going to recover. It'll usually go up, back down, retest, up, back down, retest, and up. It moves slower than you ever expect, okay? And then this is a great example, guys, great lesson and great example here. Very important. Yin yang is in everything. So again, like I was saying yesterday, I was saying this yesterday and didn't have a live example for it. I have a live example now. Patterns can repeat themselves, even if it's the opposite. So we have a triple top here, a triple top pattern, right? Triple top pattern. So if it had a triple top pattern, you can do the yin yang. It is still a consistent pattern that can play out. As in, we could have a triple bottom. There could be a triple bottom pattern, and it would totally make sense. Because it happened on the bears aspect, it could happen on the bulls aspect too. So understand patterns that repeat themselves can repeat themselves and be valid even if it's on the opposite side of the boat there. So understand that. If it's on the bears side of their territory or if it's on the bulls' favor, either way, still the same pattern. It's like, take this for example, and this is such a weird analogy, but you know what? It doesn't make sense. Some of us it might, but this obviously isn't real. It doesn't make sense in a way, but it helps understand this. It's equivalent of saying like a pattern that repeats itself on the opposite side, like a triple top pattern. Okay, now I wouldn't be surprised to see a triple bottom. It could possibly happen because the pattern is there. It would be the same as saying a tornado happens from clouds to the ground, or a tornado happens from the ground to the clouds, or an upside down tornado or a upright tornado, right? Either way, it's a tornado. Either way, it's there and it does destruction. Either way. So it doesn't matter which side it's on. It doesn't matter if it's mirrored, flipped, or anything, right? It's still a tornado. So it's the same exact thing that we're viewing this. Like a pattern can repeat itself on the opposite side. It's still the same pattern. It's still the pattern. That's how you want to view it, at least. So you can see here, kind of repeated itself, did it not? I mean, I didn't even notice this until just now. Look at this. It literally repeated itself, guys. I mean, point proven right here and didn't even notice it. Triple bottom. What can we expect? Triple top. So we already got the pattern repeating. So more than likely, I mean, I'd be shocked to see another triple bottom, but watch it happen. I would laugh. It's going to end up happening. I already know how this market is. It's so ironic how things work. It's almost to a point to where it's like you try to reverse your reverse psychology. Do you guys ever do that? You're like, oh no, when this happens, this tends to happen. But then when this tends to happen, this tends to happen. It's like, now I know this is too good to be true. So it's not going to happen, but that's what I would think. And then it does happen because it's ironic. So now it's too good to be true. I know that it's like, it just goes down the rabbit hole. It's insane. It's so insane. It's funny, but insane. It's funny, because it's relatable. All right, so we're going to see if we can get a nice little bounce right here and hold. Let's see if it breaks above this previous resistance and support. It might be trying to reverse. Again, as of right now, I'm not going to predict reversal. So as of right now, I can start buying the shorts, even though it's coming off our major support line. I want to be careful with that, but we should see a retest. Again, something usually doesn't just go down and straight back up. It can, but usually you get an up and down situation, right? Like a retest. That is a very nice green candle there. Obviously, we got a very valid support line. I'm tempted to buy some shorts. Again, where there's a really green candle like that, usually you get another green candle right after. But in this case, I don't know. I'm gonna buy one short at the ask here. I'm gonna try
Order
to
filled.
purchase a short at the ask. Got filled. Let's see what happens. If it starts making new highs, then I'll sell for a loss, right? So if it breaks above this previous high here, I'll just go on trading view so you can see it a little bit better. If it breaks above this previous high here and closes, then I could take a loss on it. But as of right now, I'm going to accumulate some shorts. Buying one more.
Order filled.
I want to recover what I lost, and my desired sell is going to be right back down. We're up 50. Again, if it does want to go on an uptrend, it's going to make a higher low pattern. So it's going to try to make a higher low. So this could have been the good sell area. I think maybe we'll see one more push back down, hopefully. But it'll make a higher low pattern. So it came down to support. If it wants to go up, it usually retests that support and then it breaks new highs. But it could do candle by candle action here and start trying to pull back up like that. Could definitely do that if it wanted to. So I could walk away with a small profit right now. I'm just watching this real quick. Again, there's a lot of buying action here. Look how it's getting pulled right back up. Now, wicks do tend to point direction. I'm a firm believer in that, and there's actual backup reasons why. When's this candle close? This candle's going to end up closing green here.
Order filled.
Buying one more. It'll probably push a little bit more. it'll either push a little bit more and go green and I can add one more, or it'll start pulling right back down. And this could be the pull right back down, possibly. All these buyers could leave the position because it's struggling so much, and it would cause it to pull right back down, plus more. So I'm just in with 3 contracts right now, and I might even add a 4th, so that if it does pull back down, I can recover my loss safely. So my stop loss isn't super far away. My stop loss is just right up here. It's not bad. I'm gonna add.
Order filled.
I'll add up to like 5 to 6 contracts on this trade. Again, where's the close of the candle? This one closes in 5 seconds. It looks like it's struggling to close above that line there. So again, my stop loss would be this blue line. And that blue line is its previous highs here. Right now, it's making lower lows and lower highs like this. If it were to close below that previous high, that would be a higher high. But if not, it'll continue to make lower lows and lower highs until it does so. I was tempted to add in right there. Trying to be patient. It did technically break the previous candle's high, but not the previous high of the trend, but the previous candle's high. So that current little trend in that push is up technically, but the overall trend. So here we go. I'm up 80. A nice little pullback down. I wanted to add to the position, but I it's safe to not do that right now. I'm just going to stay in with 4. Unless it does push, then I can add in. Again, we'll likely see these lows down here, but I will take profit here soon at 25,752, ideally. Right here, I'm up 150. I'm going to walk away with the profit right here if it lets me sell. Let me go to Ninja Trader because it wasn't letting me sell. I'm gonna
Order
take
filled.
150. Good Lord. Dude, TradingView has to fix that. I think it's because I was on the drawing tool, so it wasn't letting me hit the close position button. But I saw 167 at one point. So again, I safely just recovered that. So I'm back in the green, $33. Today, the live stream is very dull right now. Like we're getting like 1 view, and I think it's myself. Laughable. But tomorrow I'm definitely going to go live on TikTok. There's a part of me that wants to end it and go live here, but I'm not going to do that. I'll just try to stay patient and do it tomorrow. Unfortunately, I want to make sure with the live stream, because this whole week I'm going to go live. But I want to take advantage of it and try to grow our little community too, because I would like more people in our community so that we can help each other out. And it's not just for other people, it's for myself too. You never know when I'm like, hey, I'm looking for a house over in Florida. Does anybody know anyone or have anyone in mind or something like that? Blah, blah. It's like, oh, hey, actually, I have a house down there I'm selling. And I'm like, oh, cool. Can we talk? Because, if it's good enough, I'll buy it. Blah, blah, blah. It's networking, right? And it's also you help me, I help you, and vice versa. Just because I have it made in the market, technically speaking, doesn't mean that I don't need help elsewhere. There's other things I want to learn. I want to keep learning. I'm a true believer. Once you think you know it all, it's the moment you stop learning. Once you make it in the market, don't think that you're the smartest person in the world. You can if you want to. I'm just saying. You'll stop learning if you do. Tempted to buy more shorts. I'm just going with the flow right now. Yeah, it looks like it's going to try to reverse, but I'm going with the flow, and I want to buy more shorts if possible. Although it is pretty close to that previous low there, so you would want to be careful. You'd want to be pretty careful there. I don't know. This kind of, 1 minute ago, this kind of closed red. It could still pop green here, though. Crappy price action. Yeah, I'm with you, bro. Oh, nice. Thank you guys. Heck yeah. That's what's up. I just noticed I looked down and I got 4 viewers now. You guys freaking done came in clutch. Uh-oh, is it going to break previous highs? Guys, this would be insane. I'm gonna buy some shorts here because
Order
we're
filled.
so close to previous highs, right? I'm buying the shorts because we're literally at previous highs. If it closes above it, my loss is what? More than likely going to be like $10 or $20. You know, it's worth it in my eyes. I'm going to actually add here.
Order filled.
This candle closes in 2 seconds. The 2-minute candle still has 1 minute till close. This is a possible reversal. I'm going to add to my position. It's at that previous high.
Order filled.
It can break above it, but remember that blue line right there. That blue line, if it closes above that blue line, it's likely going to try to keep trading up. If it doesn't, then we'll likely see a pullback down. This could be the highest point we see. And I do think that we should get a retest. Things do tend to recover pretty well with NQ. So there's a chance it could just completely start ripping on up if it wants to. But I'm adding to my position because I'm pretty confident we should at least see a reaction back down. But we don't have to. It's all about putting odds in your favor. And right now, my risk to reward is worth it in my eyes. My potential loss is way smaller than my potential profit. Up $100. And walk away with it.
Order filled.
It's going to probably keep pulling back down, but I'm just going to secure it right there. But we'll probably see, eventually, we'll probably see like 25,753. So now we're up 146 on the day so far. Very clean. A lot of buying action here. Actually pretty good. When you make it big, please don't become one of those Lambo guys. Oh, you mean I can't buy the Lambo and the Rolex and go flexing and I could sell you a really expensive course. That was my goal. No, I'm just kidding. No, if I release a course, I mean, I am a big believer. You know, you can make money on your value that you provide. That's the whole point of running a business. You can't give everything for free in a business, but I will say, yeah, those people cringe me. I will not be that person. I already am not that person right now, but yeah, if I make it big on YouTube, I will not be that person right now. Matter of fact, I am so humble right now that no one truly knows what I'm sitting on and what I have. I usually don't post pictures or anything. Like every once in a while in the Discord, I posted a picture of me and my wife. It was me and Sydney when we went to Florida, and I posted a picture of our Ferrari and G-Wagon in the background, but that's it. But I don't flash around like that. You won't even see me on social media like that. I don't have personal, like I did have a personal Instagram account, but it's gone, deleted it, and I don't really carry stuff like that. I don't have a Facebook anymore. Yeah, all of it's gone. I truly believe, guys, I think true luxury truly is privacy. So it's like I try not to overdo things. Yeah, I appreciate that though. That motivates me. I don't know why this isn't like me. I shouldn't be talking like this, but I just don't feel like right now I'm going to blow up. I've just had so much struggle growing social media, man. I've done YouTube since I was like since it came out, since '08. I'm not even kidding. I used to make gaming videos since I was so little, man. And so I'm very familiar with YouTube, and I have always struggled with growing, and I have put in so much effort. I'm telling you, I do everything myself, but I put in so much effort growing YouTube, and I just cannot seem to grow. I don't know what it is. I really don't. So I'm not really, like, I know it's really ironic of me because I'm a very positive person, but There's the price target I was talking about, guys. The 25,758 area I was saying earlier. That was the ideal sell point. I went ahead and locked in my profits early, which I don't mind. I'm up 146. But yeah, I don't think it'll really go far that fast. I'm gonna try, right? I don't want to just not try, so I'm gonna stay consistent and try to post. I will say I could be more consistent, but what's frustrating is I've seen people post on YouTube. I see it still to this day. I'll get recommended a video on my YouTube, and it's somebody with just a normal profile picture. Looks like they took it off a Nokia, and a normal profile picture, a thumbnail that looks like they literally edited it on the Photoshop app on their phone or something like that. Like, it looks sloppy. Maybe they even did it on Instagram, a screenshot of it, and then just saved it there. No offense to them, but it's sloppy. Their video is like an hour long, which lowers retention rate big time. Tells YouTube not to push the video usually. And their mic sounds very terrible. They don't do any editing whatsoever, ever. And then they go from 50 subscribers, if that, up to 1,000 something overnight, and their video has 10,000 views. I'm like, and then they're getting comments going, "Oh, you're so good, you're so this, you're so that." And I'm like, what? I'm like, what is happening? I swore up and down for the longest time I was shadow banned. Then I said, no, I need to stop using that as an excuse. So I'm not going to say I am. But I'm just shocked that, and plus, it makes me feel better. I had one of you tell me this morning that my video was recommended to you and you clicked on it. That made me feel really happy, happier than you know, because I'm like, oh, maybe YouTube is trying to push out my videos. But sometimes I genuinely, guys, this sounds so terrible. I shouldn't even be talking like this, and I shouldn't even be saying this really on here. But sometimes I feel like it's my face. I'm like, man, am I that ugly? I mean, good gosh. Like, it's like I post my face. I feel like everyone's like, oh, don't click on that. Don't click on that one. I'm like, dude, do I look like a mean guy or something? What in the world? Like one of the nicest people. I'm very direct, so I might be able to be perceived as mean, but I am not mean. I'll tell you who's mean. My wife. She's mean. No, I'm just kidding. I'm saying that just in case she's watching this. Let's see here. This candle closes in 10 seconds. We're going to see what happens. So far, we're in a higher high and higher low pattern. Current trend. Overall trend, we're still technically down. But current trend, we are technically speaking in this higher high and higher low pattern. We got 3 highs there and 2 higher lows. I'm going to buy some shorts right here, I think. Yeah.
Order filled.
Go ahead and buy some shorts here. I'm in with 1 right now, but I was thinking about buying more. I'm just going to stay in with 1 for right now because I think it might go sideways a little bit. But if it does go down, then I'll just keep in that 1 and take the profit on it. If it does manage to go back up, I can add in the rest. I'm up $12 right now. It's freaking wild. Any other time, huh? Guys, again, I feel you on this. Any other time, if I would have added all my whole position right there, it would have went up more. But no, only got in with 1 and it's ripping down. But hey, 1 micro, I'm up 35. It's not bad. So I'm going to go ahead and lock this in right here.
Order filled.
It can keep seeing lower and probably will. But if it does pull back up, that's understandable and I could buy back in. But again, locked it in. I'm up 181. This is the new account. The other account, we are at the 26,522 area. So I'm not even worried about trading it today because I've already placed a trade on it, made 20 bucks. That's all I need. And then this one, I'm going to try to at least hit 750 today. It's my goal. Recently, I've been hitting a consistent 500. Don't know why, but I've been hitting a consistent 500. You guys will see what I'm talking about when I go funded and build a cushion. You guys are going to see this. When I build a cushion on my funded, you'll notice how aggressive I get, and I'll start pulling in about 2 to 5K. And sometimes I'll even max it out at 10K. On TakeProfitTrader, you're limited to 10K a day. That's your take profit. You can only make 10K a day on a pro account. When you go pro plus, it's removed. But even then, you can have up to 5 funded accounts. If you make 5 funded accounts and you max out 10K, Just say you do. A lot of people won't even hit that. But if you do max out 10K on 5 accounts, it's 50K a day. You're making $1 million a month. Which I know isn't the best. I know. Totally kidding. It's really good. It's beyond good. It's just not good enough. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding again. Okay. All right. I need to focus. This thing did push back down there. It's a part of me that wants to get long right here. I don't think I'm going to, though. Mm. I think me and Sydney are, let's see here. I got distracted. What is that thing? Oh, a stretch. Just trying to set up here. Still lower lows, lower highs. It broke above it and closed above it, but I believe if you go to the 2-minute time frame, no, it also did. The 5-minute probably didn't. Yeah, I had a unfortunate fake out right there. Broke above it, closed, and pulled back and closed back down below it. That's why I usually want to see two candles. Like if it breaks above a previous high and closes above the previous, it's crazy. It's like a 3-step process. If it breaks above the previous high, that for me, it's a good deal for shorts because it hasn't closed. And some people take it as, oh, it's breaking, right? But then it closes above previous high. To me, that's like 50% confirmation of a potential higher high to run up. But then the other 50% is in now can it actively trade at that area? Because if it can't actively break another high above the resistance, then it's not accepting price there. It's just in a better deal for the bears. If it closes above that resistance, pulls back down, pulls back up above the resistance, and makes a higher high above the resistance, we now know price is okay with being there and that it's showing signs of growth, price acceptance above a high, and showing signs of growth, it's probably going to go higher. And then literally vice versa. Hmm. Why is the... Oh, it's not that bad. I just had to refresh this over here. I was going to say, why is the latency so bad? It's not that bad. I've got to run. Good luck, everyone. All right, I'll see you later. And good luck to you as well. All right. Is it going to hold our support here? It could hold our support here. Again, it's riskier because it would be predicting reversal because it's kind of going against the flow here. 5-minute, my short bias indicator, if you guys have this on your screen. If you don't, it's in Discord. You can feel free to get it. But the scalping short bias indicator here, it's really red. And if it's really red on the 5-minute, it's really red. That means it has strong momentum to the downside. Right now it's short bias, but it's not red at all. So there's no momentum to the downside. It's saying it's lost all its momentum. That's very good for us. I'm gonna get some shorts right. Well, it's doing pretty good holding up here. Nope, not getting shorts. This thing looks like it's gonna keep pushing. All right. I'll look at shorts sometime soon, but not right here. Not just yet. I'm talking for a scalp. This isn't a bad area for potential shorts. We'll likely see a little pullback, but overall, Oh, I'm about to go long on this candle right here. I'm gonna buy some longs.
Order filled. Order filled.
Just buying one contract here, and then I'm about to add it in, potentially.
Order filled.
Adding into my contract. This candle closes in about 10 seconds.
Order filled.
Added in for the last time. I'm in with 3 contracts. It needs to really push up here or I will get back out. I think I'm going to leave the position. Can we get a pull back up? This candle needs to push back up quite a bit. Like I would need to see it pull back up and close probably above this yellow line for it to be a fake out for me to stay in. But as of right now, it's not doing that. So I'm getting ready to probably cut a loss on it. Now, again, it can pull back up and hold, and I hope it does. It is a major support, and I think that it could fake out. It's what usually happens over these major supports. It'll pull back below it, and then it'll pull back and close it back above it and start trading back to its previous minor resistance, which is way up here at 25,814. Looks like we got a nice push up there. So it's trying. It is definitely trying. This thing's showing signs of growth here. There we go, guys. This is a nice little run. I'm up another $100 right now. I'm gonna go ahead and take away my profit, more than likely right here. Let's see, let it break highs one more time. Boom. All right.
Order filled. Order filled.
I'm gonna go with a little profit there. It's probably gonna keep pushing. I'm sure it is. This is a fake out. I'm probably selling when a lot of people are actually buying right now. So I'm taking profit on my longs when this is actually where a lot of people are starting to look for longs for longer trades. But again, I'm scalping. I'm doing this the same exact way as I'll do with a trailing drawdown. Trailing drawdown, you don't want to be sitting here in a day trade seeing how big your trade can be, or my trade's bigger than yours. You know, like the egoistical thing. Remember, it's always assets over ego. So I am up right now $278. I locked in profits perfectly there. You can see here on this new account, wrong one. Or was that it? I think that was it. Yeah, that was it. This is today so far. We're up 278. Nothing crazy, nothing huge. It's not loading. I don't know why. Ninja Trader and TraderBait does this a lot where it just doesn't load, so I'll have to click on it in a little bit. It is the oddest thing. Nope, nothing. Interesting. I heard you're buying some shorts. I took a loss on that one. Wait, what? Let me make sure. Hang on, I'm watching this real quick. I just want to make sure I didn't say I was buying shorts. I'm pretty sure I said buying long. Let me just make sure. I wouldn't be too surprised. Buy some longs.
Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, I did say I was buying longs. You worried me there for a minute because I wouldn't be too surprised. I was like, did I say I was buying shorts? I rewinded the video. I did say longs. I was just making sure. It's like, that's embarrassing. That would have been embarrassing. My bad then. You're all good. I was just making sure. I was like, surely I wouldn't have said that, but I've done that before. Not that specific thing, but I have said before like certain things, and I'm like, did I say that? But just want to make sure I rewinded it and looked because that would have been really embarrassing. Oh, we got 10 likes. Appreciate the likes. I am up 278 so far. Let's see if it'll load up my dashboard real quick. For some reason, it always has this like time where it won't load anything. Do you guys ever or Tradevate where it doesn't load your account reports? For some reason, mine always like bugs out. It usually comes back by now, but still hasn't shown anything. It's weird. Weird stuff. But we'll see here. Maybe it'll load on this one. Here. Load. No data. Oh, because I traded last night technically at like 10, even though it counts as today. Okay, so this one's working now. Let me just see real quick. Hang on 1 second. Okay. What in the world? All right. There we go. Just had to check up on that. All right, so now on to the other one. It should load by now. There we go. So my win rate right now on this one is 81%. Obviously, I'm not done trading today, but because I think we've only taken, what, 3 trades? 3 or 4? Something like that. I don't know. But here's all my stuff. Are these individual? Oh, these are per contract. These aren't like a trade a piece. If I were to buy into 3 contracts, then that's 1, 2, 3. Like technically that was 1 trade, but it's counting it. It's looking at it as like different quantities here. So these aren't actually trades. I've only taken 3 or 4 trades, I believe. But you see each contract's value. $15, $33, $50, $36, $26, $38, $52, $33, $32, $33, $44 profit. Then let me answer this, guys. Okay. I don't know. That was very odd. So I've made $509, but I've lost 221, leaving me with 288. I'm going to increase my quantity to 3 contracts. So initial position will be 3, and I'll add in 3 and 3 and 3. I used to do 1 and 2 on NQ. I would buy 1 initial and then average in on the other one if I averaged in. Most of the time I didn't even average in, but if I averaged in, then I would do that. So with MNQ, since it's so much smaller, I'll just go in with 3 and then add into 3, and that's a total of 6. That's still technically only half of NQ position, but it increases my number, dollar value in wins, but also losses too. As of right now, instead of predicting reversal, it's better to go with the shorts. Like if you were to close your eyes and buy anything right now and you wanted to profit, you have a way higher chance of just closing your eyes and buying shorts than you would closing your eyes and buying longs. Did something happen to the live stream or something? What's happening to the live stream? Is it still live or what? Still live? Okay, whoa. All right, I'm seeing it still live, but YouTube is not telling me that. There we go. Is it? Let me refresh this. Okay, I have no clue. Very weird. Okay, we'll just move on from that. It's very odd. Thinking about buying some shorts right here. Again, every green candle I'm viewing as a good deal opportunity until it tells me otherwise. I'm not going to get filled on that, huh? Well, dang. All right. Canceled it, and I'll just send in another here. Let's see. When does this close? This candle closes in 10 seconds. Boom. Closed, but instantly pulled back down. Again, for a very fast trade, I would have probably taken profits there. Again, I'm increasing my quantity to 3. So every time I buy long or buy short, it's going in with 3 MNQ contracts. And I'm doing that, so that means I can take faster trades too. I can buy and then I can sell very fast, especially on the trailing drawdown, like when I'm funded. And you guys will see that. I'm going to be very fast. Like right with this one, I'll be more lenient, but with the trailing drawdown and you're funded until you build a cushion, it's important to take profit when you're up, not to be up and then go back down, then be back up. You just trust me, you don't want to do that. It's the most aggravating thing in the world. I'm sure a lot of you have already experienced that. About to buy some shorts right here. Thing could push back up, don't get me wrong.
Order filled.
God, that was loud. All right, bought 3 contracts, shorts. About $30. I could secure it right here. Again, it does tend to pull back up right here. Like in the past, there does tend to be a support around this area. So we got to keep that in mind that it could pull back right there. It's green candle, green candle. This could be a green candle. And the previous green candle had a wick to it too. So this one could go green with a wick on it and it would look exactly the same. Again, overall direction is down. So at this point, I can close my eyes. And if I wanted to trade, I would buy the shorts anyway. So I'm going to just hold these 3 contracts here. Put them up $30 right now. 300 in total. We are at that previous low, so I do need to be careful. Don't want to predict any new highs here. So I was about to say I'm tempted to walk away from that. You don't want to try to. You want to try not to predict new highs. You usually want to or new lows. You usually want to trade to its previous lows or to its previous highs. And even then, I sell a little bit lower than its previous lows, or a little bit higher than its previous lows, and a little bit lower than its previous high, just in case it does shift the direction. I want to go ahead and secure my profit right here because this thing could start pushing back up. I might give it one more chance for a little bitty push down, but looks like odds are this thing's going to try to end up pushing back up here. And I could just walk away instead of having to be down. Because, I mean, it's retesting for the 3rd time, and it hasn't broken any new lows. So no new lows, but a retest. So it's showing me signs it doesn't want to trade lower. Now, it probably will end up trading lower. I'm just saying it's all about when you have strong enough of an indication a trade is going to go south on you. Sometimes it's just best to lock in profits or walk away over the smallest indications. I'm a big believer that you do not use indicators for entries, but you can use indicators for exits. feel like I should have walked away on this one. Truly, I'm trying my best to give it some time here, but I could shoot myself in the foot on this one. This might be bad on my end. Just because it's so close to its previous low, I think that it could see new lows, but you usually don't want to push it there. Wow, there we go. All right, guys, I'm up 50 bucks there. Up 60, I'll probably lock this in. I don't want to predict new lows there. So up 90. This candle closes in a good 40 seconds. This could close green for all I know. So yeah, it's breaking lows here. It's good. I'm watching the way it's moving right now. I'm going to go ahead and lock it in.
Order filled.
Just locked in 120. So I'm up $383 on this one so far. That brought my win rate up too, I think. So I'm at 83.33%. What is with me seeing 3.33 everywhere today? 333. 83.3%. Posted it in Discord real quick. There we go. You guys can see my trades. This is for mostly for the people that are, because if you've been in the live stream and you're watching, then you don't really need to see this to look at them or anything. But this is for people that are going to rewatch. If you want to go back and analyze my trades and try to figure out why I bought or sold or re-listen to what I was saying. They are right here. I'll do that towards the end of the stream as well so you can see them. Just to be transparent and so that you guys can learn as well. Like I said, if you were to buy randomly and you had your eyes closed, shorts would play out better because it's making lower lows, lower highs. It's in a downtrend instead of predicting reversal to pop back up. If you're correct about reversal, it can be a fun trade because of how nicely it pops usually, but it's usually not worth it from my experience. I've noticed more consistency when I just go with the flow. Go with the flow and you just wait for the good deal. Okay, so it's like waiting for confirmation almost, or waiting for the pullback. So we got confirmation of a higher high, higher low, then we wait for the pullback and we want to buy the higher low. And it's like, have you ever heard that saying? This is why it's so funny that this is the situation here. But have you ever heard the saying of like, buy the dip? And then people are like, I bought the dip, but then it kept dipping. But then it's like, you think about it. Okay, but did you buy the dip? Because the dip doesn't mean just it. Like right now, technically, isn't this a dip? This is dipping right now. So it's like a lot of people, I've seen legitimate people post this on social media, and it's mind baffling to me because they don't even realize it. But they'll post a picture like this right here, for example. They'll say, "Oh, well, here's where I'm buying the dip. It's on sale. The price is falling, so I'm buying the dip." And they'll buy longs or calls or whatever it is, and it keeps dipping. And it's like, well, yeah, you're trying to predict reversal. Because if you look at all their posts, every single one of them, you're like, dude, that wasn't in higher highs and higher lows. If your overall is in higher highs, higher lows, and then your price action's in higher highs, higher lows, like this right here, it pushed up, pulled back down, pushed up, pulled back down. Buying here would be buying the dip, and then it pushes up to previous highs here, and you would lock in profits somewhere along this area. But still, it's like, I've noticed that so many people don't understand buying the dip doesn't mean buying in a downtrend when it's lower lows, lower highs. Green candle closed. There's a good chance this could have another green candle here. I'm going to go with the flow and buy some shorts though here soon. This could fully recover, don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to bet on that right now. Let's see here. Thing's actually trying to recover right now, oddly enough. I want to get shorts right now, but it's technically showing some pretty strong signs here. So I want to be careful. Again, I'm glad I didn't buy the shorts here. I'm just waiting and being patient. I need to see some hesitation. As of right now, this thing's trying to recover. I'm about to buy some longs, I think, for a nice little push up. Looks like it's already pushing up without me there. Nice. If it starts hesitating right here, then I'll buy some shorts. It's hesitating. All right, it does not have to, but I'm gonna buy shorts. If it does manage to
Order
pull back
filled.
up and start breaking new highs, then I'll get out right here. Let's see what happens right here. This might be my exit. This is obviously trying to fake out, and if it does, it might potentially just push all the way back up and try to do a complete reversal where it just consistently does an annoying, consistent trade up. Annoying only when it's against you, right? Usually it would dip back down a little bit, but it's one of those things that doesn't dip. if that's the case, right? If that's the case. And as of right now, it looks like so far it's going to be the case. I'm going to go ahead and walk away from the trade. I was hoping maybe it would pull back a little bit and let me get out. But as of right now, it looks like I might just need to get out.
Order filled.
Go ahead and sell for a little loss there. Still up 300 right now. This thing's consistently pushing up. Instead of predicting reversal with shorts, I'm now going to flop my mindset to longs. It's obviously showing a potential, not even potential, it is reversing. It's showing a reversal right now. So, alert the Discord. I announced it. Now I said NQ when I end the announcement, but MNQ, NQ, same price action. Same thing. Again, this could completely come back down. This could completely come back down, but as of right now, it is reversing. So on its dips, I can buy some longs. Right here, I'm going to buy longs.
Order filled. Order filled.
Buying 6 contracts. Can it dip more? Absolutely. I don't like how red it is there, but it should start pushing eventually here. I'm probably going to add to my position as well.
Order filled. Order filled.
I'm in 12 contracts. I don't want to go more than that. Okay, I need to focus, get off my phone. I tell my wife all the time, I said, don't text me unless it's an emergency. She starts texting me about stores, going shopping. If it breaks new lows, I'll get out for a hefty loss. Of course, I'm taking a larger risk because I'm increasing my amount that I'm trading. Of course. So if I take a loss and I go from being up 300 to break even back to being up nothing, it doesn't mean anything to me. It's not a big deal because I know I'm increasing it. The next trade I'm also going to increase, so it should profit and put me right back to square one. So right now I'm increasing it and just waiting for it to potentially continue its reversal back up here. Close green there. We should start seeing another green run. We don't have to. Now, again, yes, there's downward momentum. I understand that. But this is basically a sign of complete reversal right here. This big push that we had. I don't like how big the red candles were here, but still, in my books, that's a sign of this is a pullback. This is buying the dip, basically. We should see it push back to its previous highs. I think my take profit, I want to be around 25,727. Your stream on Discord's off. It's kind of risky. Let me go in here and look. Oh. Make sure. Okay. There we go. It should be on now. Here, I'll unmute my mic too so you can hear me. That way it's real time. All right, so it looks like the sand's going to try to go south on me here. I might have to take a hefty loss on it, unfortunately. I was hoping that it would push up. It tried. It did try, but it's now starting to go south on me, and I'm in a hefty position. So it's unfortunate. I'm maybe I could possibly get lucky here and it could pull back up, but odds are it's going to be a pretty decent loss. Basically putting me back down to break even, back to 25,000 flat. If it's a loss, I think it's a good deal for longs, but it needs to really start pushing now and not later. It should have already started pushing. If something's going to go into an uptrend, I guess what I could say, if something's going to go into uptrend, it should have already pushed by now. But since it has so much of the downward momentum, I guess I could see why it wouldn't want to push right off the rip. Maybe it is just showing to see if there is true signs of it wanting to go back up. So maybe it's normal. Maybe this is completely normal. I gotta keep that in mind that we did just come from a pretty consistent downtrend. So if this is reversal, if I'm correct and this is reversal and wanting to start completely changing direction for the day, of course it's going to struggle at first on its first higher low. This will be its first higher low that it succeeds on this entire downtrend. So of course it's going to struggle here. But once they realize, the bears realize, hey, it doesn't want to go down anymore, and the bulls realize, hey, it wants to go up, more, it's going to cause a lot of buying pressure. I think it's going to send it up pretty good. As of right now, though, it's struggling. It needs to really push here. I'll be real with myself. Completely real with myself. Oh. Is my phone charged? Phone is charged. Man, I really don't want this to be a loss, but I feel like it's about to pop right now. It needs to push now. It has 20 seconds till close, and it's struggling. Again, that's why I always say, watch the way the candle acts while it's open, because if it struggles, you can see it before the candle closes. You can see struggle on a candle. I think it's going to give me an opportunity to break even, or maybe even slightly take a profit, possibly, if it pushes here. But as of right now, we're just lower lows, lower highs. I mean, you guys can see the current channel is lower lows, lower highs. It would need to really pop here to that previous high, which it's definitely reasonable. It could do that, but just know that our trend, our little channel that we're in right now, is technically lower lows and lower highs, and it could pop out. So got to keep that in mind. I'm not focusing on what I'm down currently in the position. What I focus on is my total P&L. Right now, I'm down $2 in my total P&L, so it's not bothering me. I'm not viewing it as, oh, earlier I was up 300, now I'm down 300. Not with the EOD. With the EOD, I don't view it that way. With trailing drawdown, maybe it's good to go ahead and get on the habit of viewing it that way. But with trailing drawdown and stuff like that, that's understandable. With this EOD drawdown, I'm viewing it as my total P&L of what I'm down. Right now, $50. I'm really giving this thing a chance. I would have cut losses, honestly, a decent amount ago, a while ago, honestly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, 4, about 4 or 5 candles ago. I think I'm pretty sure I announced it, but obviously I'm willing to risk a little more than if this were to be my first trade. And if it breaks lows one more time, I think I'm going to call it a trade, but it really needs to push here if it's going to do anything. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this might be it, guys. It closed really green there. That's good, but again, we're still in that descending channel. It needs to close above this channel, this descending channel that we're in. It needs to, ideally, it needs to close green above it. That would be a nice little breakout to the upside, possibly. And even then, it could fake out. Really, it could push up, close above it, and then close back into that channel. But as of right now, that's what we're doing. We're in that channel and we need to close above it. If it doesn't, it's not going to go anywhere else but below it. And momentum's in the favor of going below it. There goes the C. This is going to be the test. Can we push back above it right here? We got 2 seconds. Oh, closed red. Touching the top of that descending channel, that could be my opportunity. It's giving me multiple chances to leave at a break even with total P&L. At my total P&L right now, I'm actually up a little bit. So it's giving me chances to walk away. Always know when you take a loss, you got to blame yourself. Sometimes the market doesn't go as planned, but that's where you should manage your loss. And right now it could be that area. I'm saying this for anyone in the trade. I'm still staying in because I think there's a chance it could pop up here. I'm willing to risk it because I'm up. Every time it pops up, it seems to yank right back down. Yeah, struggling to break those new highs. About to walk away from the trade. I like the 5 minute. 5 minute closes in 1.5 minutes. I might wait for the 5 minute close. I'm risking quite a bit there though. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait for the 5 minute close. If the 5 minute could close green in the next 1.5 minutes, this next 1 minute candle could pop. Now it would be a pretty big push, but it could move it on up. I truly do think this is eventually. I think this is going to be a reversal. I just think it's struggling because of such a strong downward momentum that we've been experiencing. See what happens this next 1 minute. Man, closes in 30 seconds. Let's see. So the next 1 minute candle is where the 5 is going to close. Again, odds are it's going to be a loss. Closes in 20 seconds. I'm down right now 266 bucks on the day so far. Odds are this is going to be a loss here. It's unfortunate because I know this thing's probably going to have a nice little pop back up right when I sold it for this hefty loss. $600 loss. Again, I'm down 320. So it's not really affecting me too much overall in the P&L. That's how I view it, at least, as I was up 300. It helps you psychologically with your emotions, but it would be smart to get out. I'm going to call it a trade right there.
Order filled. Order filled.
Hate having to cut that big of a loss, and it's saying the reason I hate cutting that big of a loss is because I know it's probably about to pop back up here. It's going to be a fake out and pop right back up. Those are the worst. Trying to figure out if I should start buying in for another pullback up or if I should just wait. So I'm just going to kind of sit here and watch for just a second and look at this.
Order filled. Order filled.
I'm going to buy longs again, 3, just smaller size right now. So my position earlier, I was in a pretty heavy position earlier. I'm down 600 right now. think I'm going to get out of the long position, actually. I just noticed something real quick. Can it push up? Absolutely.
Order
I'm
filled.
going to go ahead and leave the long position. I'm just going to walk away. If anything, I should buy the shorts. Now, I think overall we are in a reversal. I think we will start seeing an upside soon. But again, we need to go with the flow. And as of right now, it was in a nice uptrend. And this dip could have been the pushback up to previous highs. But it showed multiple times, which I emphasized multiple times, that I was willing to take the risk because I was up 300 already. So I was willing to take the risk on a bigger loss for a fun trade, and also emphasize that I was in with a lot larger of a position than any of my other trades. So when you see a trade like that one, for example, if you do tick basis, same exact trade as usual. It looked larger because of the dollar value, but I was in with such a larger amount of profit. But that initially would have been like $100-200 loss, if that. So it's just about the amount of size. But again, my next trade that I'm going to profit on is likely going to be big too, because I'm in with a larger position. This could be the area where it starts trying to push. It did close green there, so we're going to see what happens. This minute closes in 30 seconds. Why don't you copy trade those 25K accounts on Trade-Evade? Yeah, I'm on NinjaTrader right now, and NinjaTrader made Trade-Evade, so they look identical, like same exact platforms basically. And I usually do, like right now, I think you can copy trade on here too, can't you? I believe, right? Oh, you can't. Yeah, on Trade-Evade, it's usually what I use is Trade-Evade, but yeah, usually I would. But right now, like this other one right here is, where's that? The other one is passed. It's at 26,522. I passed it in 3 days. I just got to wait the other 2 days for the 5 trading days. So today's day 4 on it. And I placed a small trade and made $20. And then tomorrow I'm going to place a small trade and probably make $1 or $2 and then just get it funded and then trade it live. So I don't want to risk pulling it back down. So I'm just trading this one for right now, just so I can go live and trade. But yeah, not a bad idea though. I see what you're saying. This thing's going to try to recover, bro. It's pushing. It's trying to push up. It's in a mini uptrend. But it's struggling here. Tempted to buy shorts. It's in a mini uptrend right now. Tempted to go long here as well. This might be the reversal. Just like I said earlier, during that loss that I had, that was gonna. The reason I didn't want to cut it is because I knew I was going to end up. I say I know. You don't got. I don't got. I'm repeating this. Excuse me. I'm repeating this because there's so many people out here that's new that will join. Just say they have their own YouTube channel and they're trading. I've had this happen before, and they join. They're like, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. You don't really do this and that. It's like, dude, you joined for 10 seconds, overheard one thing, and took it out of context. But so yes, I know I don't know what the market's going to do. Very aware of it, but I am saying that I knew the chances of it pulling back up because this is going to be reversal. It's why I announced it on YouTube. All right, that's why I announced it on Discord, and that this is likely the reversal back to the upside overall. So obviously, I knew that there was going to be a pretty hard recovery right there. It did not have to happen, but I knew there was a good chance of it happening, and so that's why it hurt so bad taking that $600 loss. I was like, ugh, technically like 900, but because I was already up 3. But technically down what? I'm down 642 right now, which again, it sounds like a lot, right? But I am increasing my contract, my quantities. So you're going to see a heavier profit, but also a heavier loss. Unfortunately, the first one was a loss. That sucks, but it happens. There's going to be quite a bit of hesitation up here, more than likely. Again, I want to go long, but at the same time, there's a part of me that's a little nervous about it because it does still have that downward momentum. I don't want to get back into this, the same position. Gotta always ask yourself too, where are we coming from? Where are we going to? And right now, we're coming from support and going to resistance currently. Overall, definitely the opposite. But currently, we're bouncing from the support, trying to head back to resistance. Ugh, that loss didn't even have to happen. I would be up right now in my other position. Happens to the best of us. Just like I said, guys. Just like I said, that is so frustrating. This is going to be the reversal. I think I'm going to go long on that little pullback right here. Just for a very fast scalp, not a longer term trade. Because it's already showing some hesitation. And I don't want to be buying longs at a previous high. That's technically where we're at right now. Like I just wanted to continue its trend down. Look at it real quick. That high isn't a higher high yet. It's still technically pointing down overall. But I mean, let's be honest. After that aggressive push that broke these previous highs here, it broke these previous highs right there. There's a pretty good chance that this thing might, definitely after making a higher low. That's a confirmed higher low. Making a higher low right there, we could see from the higher low what comes after that, higher highs. We could see a higher high. I am shocked right now this thing's trying to pull back. It's like faking out right now at that same resistance. Very odd situation right now. We made a higher low, but we're making a lower high. We're entering this, what you would call, I guess, a bear pennant. Tempted to go long here. It oversold so much after a higher high. It's almost just due for a nice little pullback. Might be a good little trade. Although I'm kind of going against it, I still think that there might be a little pullback, at least to that 25,703 area. This might rip right back down, but I'm going to buy right here
Order filled.
and see if we'll pick back up.
Order filled. Order filled.
This could literally break straight through this. I'm going to take a risk on it, though. That's one reason I don't trade these
Order
trend
filled.
lines, because they usually burn me out. Again, I'm going to take a larger position just like I did before. So if it's a profit, maybe it'll help make up the loss I took as well. Again, what you don't want is to take a large position and it be a loss, and then your next trade is a small position and it's a win. It's not going to work out. If you got to stay consistent with the amount you're going in. The only time I ever change the amount I go in, it's when I am green. If I take a large position and I'm green, I could then change the amount and go small. But if you ever, you have to take a green trade, then you can swap it back down to a smaller size if you want. We need to see a push up here. I see this one. I don't like trend lines. Usually it does this to me every time. It never fails. I do not like buying like on trend lines. And I'm not buying solely on that trend line. I'm buying mainly because it's a good deal, but I don't like the 100% push, 100% fall. You guys know how I feel about that. It pushed 100% and it lost everything it gained. If it wanted to go up, why would it not do it there? The only thing you could really think of in that situation is it needs to accumulate strength to go back up. And The only reason I think that it could possibly go back up to right now and that it is falling so much is because the downward momentum. If this is reversal and trend, then obviously it's going to want to it's going to struggle to go back up because it's had so much momentum to the downside. This thing looks like it's heading back down. I might just get out of the trade right here. I'm going to.
Order filled.
I'm going to just walk away from the trade for right now. I took a little bitty profit. It was like $12 profit, I think. But I'm literally tempted to go to shorts. I mean, on the 5-minute, you could see we're heading from resistance to support still. So from this resistance here, down, up, lower high, down to a lower low. Notice how these candles looked really bullish at one point when they were green. But if you let them close, they're all closing really red. It's almost like every green candle is a good deal for shorts. It's kind of scary buying some shorts right here, though, because of it being at that previous support line. I'm going to increase my quantity right here real quick. That way I don't have to just buy continuously. See if it'll push 25. It's trying to hold that support line there. Kind of makes sense. I don't think it'll last too long, though. Personally, I'd be pretty shocked if it did push back up one more time. So I'm only viewing this as a decent deal for the short opportunities. It's 5 minutes trying to hold that support. 5-minute closes in 5 seconds. Ooh, it did close at the support line. This could try to pull back up. Might go short here. Struggling to see if it might push up one more time. It might push up one more time. I might scalp it. Just like I said. Hesitated on that one, though. Let's see. Kind of like in the 5-minute. 5 minute seems to have a clear direction. I want to go short. I just don't like how close it is to its support. Its support, and on the 5 minute, technically speaking, it closed above its previous support. Right here, where my crosshairs are, was a previous support, and that last 5 minute candle pulled back and closed right above it. This candle could very well pull back and close green above it. And that's another 3 minutes, so something to just look out for. And again, overall momentum, even on the 5 minute, it's pretty heavy to the downside. So it's a pretty good chance it could keep falling. I think what I'm going to do is go short and just hold it a little bit there. And if it starts showing signs of growth, I can walk away. But as of right now, it's looking weak. It's looking pretty weak. I'm going to go short.
Order filled.
I'm buying at not the best deal, just to be clear. I went ahead and just hopped in with 10 contracts. I did not wait on that one. Now again, I'm doing that only because I went in large last time. I'm going to go in large this time. And this one I think is going to likely keep seeing lows, potentially. Again, I'm buying at near a support line, so seeing a green candle wouldn't shock me. And I might leave and re-enter. It just depends. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and exit my trade right here. It's gonna try to
Order
keep going back
filled.
up. Take that little $100 profit, and I'll just slowly recover. But if it does pull back up, like I wanted to stay in because I think it's gonna break new lows here. But again, I'm gonna play it a little safe here. So if it does pull back up, it can, just based on what I'm seeing on the 5 minute. You can see here on the 5 minutes, there is a support right in this area. Overall, support in this area overall. I don't know why it keeps changing this. Let's go back to this here. Oh, it's because I didn't hit save, probably. All right, so support overall in this area. And you can see that when it does bounce in the support, we have a pretty nasty push up. So it could, just from a quick reaction, because the only reason I'm saying this is this higher, this high right here. This previous high is way up here, and there was no retest. It just came down, 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 down. So you might get a quick reaction, not that it'll go up there and retest, but a quick reaction that it'll push. And every time it hits this area, it pulls back. Usually whenever it breaks the previous high, it usually tries to retest a little bit. It has more influence to it. So since this high was way higher than all these highs down here, we got a significant higher high, but did technically fake out, but it still was at one point there. A lot of times you'll have a reaction and you'll get a nice pop back up. That's why I just truly, it's not worth me holding and hoping for it to break new lows, rather than knowing that this could pop and retest and I can always get a better deal for shorts. I would way rather be in shorts way up here than down here at this point. So we're going to watch for that. And then I'm going to go grab me a water real quick. I'm going to come back and we're going to recover this. I'm down 522. I'm going to try to end the day. It's 106. I'm going to try to end the day at $750 because this is the new eval. I would like to pass this in 2 days. That would be nice. That would be very nice. So give me just a second. I'll be right back. And if you're not in the Discord, by the way, it's the pinned comment. It's only $5 right now, and you can get in the voice chat and share my screen there too. There's 0 delay or 0 latency, so you don't get any delay when if you're trying to copy trade or whatnot. All right, guys. Let's see here. All right, test, test. Is my mic working? Let's see. Is it? Yes. All right, we're good. It's a little bit of delay. All right, so we're good on this one here. We're past this one. I think I don't know why I cannot remember this, but we have to wait the 5 trading days, and today's day 4 that technically I'm up $20 on because I took it last night after 6 p.m. So today's day 4. Tomorrow will be day 5. Wednesday. So Thursday is going to be the day that we go funded with this account, by the way. So Thursday is going to be the first day of me going live with this funded account, which we bought this and went live on episode 1, the live trade, the first one that we did. When we first started this. Actually, I think I started that and I was down 700. So yeah, so we end up getting this one up there. We're going to trade it Thursday. This one is down right now. I'm down 522, which is not bad. Not with my current amount that I'm going in with, but I'm gonna do 8. Let's do 8 instead of 10. 8 contract quantity there. Just increased it a little bit. Typically on NQ, when volatility is high, I just go 1 at a time. When NQ's volatility is high, then I do 1 at a time on MNQ. Right now, I think it's fine for me to go in with 8, especially because I was so large with my loss. Again, if you guys take a position and you take a large position and it ends up being a loss, your next trade, and I know it sounds scary and stuff, but obviously I'm not a financial advisor and stuff like that like this, but I'm telling you that this is the way it should be. Your next trade also needs to be a very large position. And I mean, think about it. Logically, think about this. If that next trade were to be a loss, again, more than likely it's going to end up being a profit if you're doing the right things correctly. Usually you don't get a loss back to back like that. It can happen, of course, but I'm just saying, long story short, if it's a small position, it will nowhere near nudge the large position on the loss. So I took a loss earlier. It was a large position. This time I have to take a large position. I don't technically have to, but it's my style. I'm going to take a large position so that if this is a win, at least I'm denting that loss. Like I just did earlier, made $100, $150 or so. You dent the loss, right? So vice versa, if you want to shrink your position size and start going in with less, you want to make sure, like if you're in a trade and your last trade was a big position and you managed to profit from that, then you can shrink down to a smaller size and smaller position size and start taking smaller ones. That makes more sense. Does this make sense to you guys? It's logical to make sure that your wins are at least taking care of your losses. You don't want to take big losses and then reduce your position size and take consistent wins. Like you want to make sure they're even. So I can only shrink my position size if, 1, I don't have the drawdown available and I absolutely can't do nothing about it and I have to slowly, consistently build it up. That's understandable. Or 2, I took a profit earlier. And I did take a profit earlier, but it wasn't a profit that really nudged my stuff. Long story short, I'm okay with going in with 8. I'm just telling you guys it's a good tip for something that I, for some reason, didn't think about for the longest time. And it makes sense, right? If you want consistent results, you got to go in with consistent quantities of contracts. And then if you want to shift your quantity of contract, you either start the day off with that or you start it when you in green. So if you just took a trade and it was green, then you could shift your quantity of contracts. If it was red, you don't want to shift the quantity of contracts because your consistent profits are not going to nudge your big loss you took. Right now, I'm kind of wanting to buy shorts. Now, again, it is overall at this like support level around this area, so it can have a pretty nice green candle reaction to the upside. But I'm not going to. Oh, goodness, what's to say? Trump says he won't pay SNAP benefits despite account orders as government shutdown continues. Oh, I saw Trump's name and I was like, oh, goodness. I gotta make sure he didn't say anything. Dude has some influence on the market. Okay. Let's see here. Dude, this thing's getting beaten down like a rabid dog. It is not wanting to go up. I almost bought some shorts, man, but I figured it would have a little push back up there. Guess I could have got some skin in the game. So you never trade the New York Open? I know it could be volatile, but a lot of traders are, oh God, what was that? A lot of traders are one and done right around the market open. I know the whole concept of trading is to be able to live this free life of like trading and going about your day. I get it. It's cool and stuff. But I actually enjoy the process behind trading. I genuinely enjoy trading. Like I actually really enjoy it. I don't want to just trade for 30 minutes and go about my day. Like I actually like looking at it and watching it. It's fun. But I can do that. We can totally do that. But yeah, since it's so volatile and since I'm looking at this long-term growth and stuff like that, I want to stay safer with it. If I have, again, like I said, when I go fund it and build this cushion, I'll show you guys live of this, to where I am going to build a $5,000 cushion. And then at 30K, I'm going to basically tell myself I can't withdraw anything below that 30K mark. So at 35K, I could withdraw 5K and put it back to 30, even though technically I could do that all the way to 25. But when we have a nice cushion built, we can do that at market open. We can take trades at market open because it's volatile and take heavy positions. And you guys will see I'll be capping out like $3,000 to $5,000 to $6,000. But yeah, as of right now, not with the eval or with the freshly funded. Good point. Yeah, for sure. It is fun though. It definitely is. It's exciting. It's such an adrenaline rush. Definitely us guys, you know how we are. we love that rush. It's absolutely hilarious, actually. Adrenaline junkies. It's amazing. But yeah, when we get a cushion built, we'll definitely do some of that. But I'm not gonna make it a one and done thing. I'm gonna make it a 10 and done thing. No, I like trading. It's fun. I want to sit here and trade all day. That's good for you guys though. Like the ones that are wanting to learn, at least you get like a full day. Like there's a lot of people out there that have some value. I would say Ricky Gutierrez is one of them. He has value. Yeah, odd situation with us, but he has value. But he goes live for like 30 minutes, I think, for his what you call it, LPP group or something like that. He goes live for like 30 minutes and then he leaves, and sometimes leaves when he's still in the position. He'll leave and go about his day. Not knocking on the guy whatsoever. In fact, I've actually sent people over to him to start learning their terminology. I think he has like 2,000 videos. I'll give him this. He is stupid consistent. He's very consistent with uploading his videos. Since the day I started trading when I was like 14, 15, I think when I was 15 years old, 15 and a half, somewhere around that 15, 16 mark, I started watching his videos. And that was when he first did it. I stopped watching them. Eventually I stopped watching YouTube in general, but basically it helped me learn my terminology, and get down the right track. But it by all means definitely didn't create my, I give credit where it's due. It helped my terminology, but did not build my overall thinking. My overall thinking of trading came from trial and error, which I seriously wouldn't even recommend. Honestly, it was more chaotic than anything. Like definitely reap what I sow. Definitely love the fact that I went through it, but you don't have to go through that. That's what I'm here for. Literally, I will teach you exactly what I've done, and it took me like 8 years to learn. I'm going on, I'm 12 plus years in experience. Right? Or is my math not mathing on that? I'm about to be 27 January 4th. That doesn't make sense, does it? Wait, does it? Yeah, something like that. I don't know. You guys can figure it out. I give you the numbers, you can do the math. It's so funny. I always tell people that. It's like I deal with numbers all day long. Math is not something I want to do. It can go either way for sure. Make or break them open. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, tight stop losses are crucial. I hate to grind ups or downs. Find it tough to trade. Yep. You just got to go with the flow or understanding, if it's aggravating to you, why is it aggravating? What's it doing? Like, what does it usually do that aggravates you? And, you'll point it out. You'll literally tell yourself, oh, because it usually does this and this and this and this. Okay, great. You know exactly what it's going to do then. Like, it's like it usually does, right? So you could almost use that, in your favor to where you're like, oh yeah, it usually does do this, this, and this. So you know what not to do or what not. Kind of take advantage of it. But yeah, I know what you mean though. I hate trading when price is at its previous low or at its previous high overall in the day. It sucks because if it's a 1 minute time frame and you're at it, like for example, up here, it was at its previous highs. I didn't want to take the trade on longs or anything like that, which obviously it pulled back down. Cool. But when it came down here, there's potential for the upside and there's potential for the downside. But whenever it's at its previous lows, it's like, yeah, it can keep going lower, but oh god, it's like unmarked territory. It's like uncharted. Like, where are we gonna go? Where are we gonna stop? So it's kind of sketchy, but so I know what you mean. It gets choppy around those areas, doesn't it? It's very annoying. I know something that'll help you. Stop trying to predict where big rips are going to be. This is what helped me at least. I'm going to say your name is Tom, right? The Tommy, maybe. I don't know. You joined the Discord, right? Isn't it? I don't know. What would you prefer me to call you? Yeah, Tom's fine. Okay. Well, Tom, one thing that helped me is to go with the flow on the current trend, like the current little trend, like this current trend is technically up right here. And try not to go in it with random candles can just happen that are volatile, like very spiky candles, right? Very huge candles. So it sounds crazy, but it helped me a lot. Helped me a whole lot actually, trading with the flow. And that was simply like this right here. I would go long since in the past it bounces here and pulls back up. Obviously, I'm not going to do that right now. It's just hit new lows. But just saying, if it's overall in this uptrend, current trend, try not like if I were to buy longs, for example. Most of the time when we buy longs here, this is just an example, not in longs. Now, most of the time, what goes to the back of your head, you're like, oh, please don't be a big candle. Please don't be a big candle, against you. At least for me, it is. And so if you go in it, like, especially when it's grinding down, like you were saying earlier, grinding down or grinding up, how this one's just grinding down, just getting freaking whacked. And a lot of times in those situations, it's almost like a squeeze. It's like a squeeze, right? And it rips out the other direction. One, we're not going to predict the rip, but two, when you're in a trade, try not to expect the rip either, because it will make you hesitate. It'll make you emotional during your trading. A bunch of reasons why. At least for me, I don't know if you do that. I think there's a good chance you do, by the way you said that there. And it's something that took me a minute to adjust to. Or soon to be a six-figure trader. Heck yeah. Yeah, that's my eyeball. All right. Man, I want to buy shorts so bad. I cannot do it though. I gotta give it a second. I'm making 750 today. Right? No way. I'm down 522 right now. I'm gonna be up 750 today. I passed this account in 3 days. I want to pass this account in 2 days because I did this one live, And this poor account right here went through it, man. Went through the trenches, I'm telling you. But this one, I'm down 522. I was down like 6 something, but totally reasonable, totally understandable. With the funded, you don't want to really, obviously wouldn't be this aggressive right now until I get a cushion built. But I want to, this is fine. I can make this back. I can make that back in a single trade. Obviously, I'm going to probably make that back in multiple trades, but you can with 8 to 16 contracts, almost 1 to 2 contracts with NQ. You could definitely make that for sure in 2 trades. If this pulls back up here, I might grab shorts because it just broke new lows and closed below new lows. It might pull back up a little bit, and then I can go short, and it might break new lows again. Again, I understand it is riskier, so just beware. It could have a full recovery, but I'm not going to expect the craziness like that. Tempted to buy right here. I'm tempted, but a little hesitant. This kind of closes in 30 seconds. All right, I'm going to buy shorts.
Order filled. Order filled.
Not going to buy a lot because it can recover. This thing can have a nice green candle, just a heads up. So I'm not going to buy a whole lot right now. I'm in with 8 contracts. So I'm in with a decent amount. But understanding that it could pull back up because of green candle, this candle could end green. And if it does, I would like to buy shorts even at a better deal. So I really hope it doesn't because I'm in a trade right now. But if it does, like that right there, I might hop into some more shorts. That's very frustrating. I'm going to close out of this.
Order filled.
I'll just re-enter up here. That is very frustrating. Saw it coming. All right. All right, on this pullback, I'm going to buy longs just for a scalp. If we can get a red candle.
Order filled. Order filled.
Hopefully it doesn't go straight back down. Usually we'll have a nice push back up.
Order filled.
I mean, with 24 contracts, being very risky with this. See if it'll push back up here. I'll quickly take my profit. If it pulls back down, I'd be shocked. Usually it'll push right back up, and it would be unfortunate for me if it does pull back down. I'd be even actually really embarrassing. Because usually it does pull back up here. It's already showing some concerning signs that it's not wanting to pull back up, but usually it'll end green. There we go. Nice push. I'm going to take the
order
profit.
filled.
Just took like $500 in profit there. Okay. Now I am down 333. What is with me seeing that number today? You guys remember me saying this earlier? Or am I just, what is this happening? Like, everywhere I go, man. 333. Odds of that. Looks like it's going back into a downtrend. I might even buy some shorts here, since we're not at the best deal anymore. You'd think it'd pull back up a little bit more, but it might not. I want it to do this when I'm in a trade. I want it to be quick when I'm in a trade. Who is outside? I need to go check this. So you might see new lows here. I don't know. Be careful with it. Let me look outside the window real quick. Oh, man. I'd highly recommend either getting a stand-up desk or doing a lot of stretching. I recovered a lot of my loss there. I'm only down 333 right now. We're probably going to see new lows here. I might buy in a, if I do buy in a position, it'll probably be small. Just because it's not the best deal. It's so close to its new low. All right. So let's see here.
Order
I'm
filled.
going to buy a small position. I mean, I say small, it's 8 contracts, but it's small compared to the position I just took a pretty nice profit on. So I'm going to stay in with just 8 contracts. If it drops down to new lows, I'll take profit. If it doesn't, I'll just stop out at a previous high. If it does manage to break previous highs and show signs of growth, then, of course, I'll just walk away. But as of right now, it's decaying. So I could buy the shorts. Of course, not at the best deal, but it's what it is. This is why I don't buy any lows. Because of random spikes like this that happen, they always end up happening. It's like a reaction. It's literally a reaction to it not wanting to break the new lows. It'll eventually end up breaking the new lows, but it always has these reactions here. You can almost take advantage of them and scalp them, these quick reactions. I'm going to add.
Order filled.
Add it to my position. That's all I'm going in with. Because if this is a loss, I don't want it to be big. But it should start pulling back down. If it holds up here, then obviously it's going to want to retest. But right now, this should be a pullback down. There we go. Up quite a bit here. It's at that previous low, so this would be my area where I could safely walk away with a nice little profit. I'm up 160 right now. You guys can see here. 200. 250, 280. I'm going to walk away.
Order filled.
It's probably going to keep breaking new lows here. But again, you don't want to predict. This is why I say don't predict new lows or predict new highs, because it has those reactions. But on the good aspect, that was a nice profit. I'm only down 157 now, so I'm recovering this. I was down like 600 something earlier. See, it's 139. Oh yeah, we got this. I'm making 700 today. We got it. There's the new lows. Think about buying some right here. This candle on the 1 minute closes in 15 seconds. I'm going to try to wait for it to close. But I kind of want to buy some, just like 8 contracts to write it down. But if it's only if it closes down here. See, I might miss out on it. Because it is a riskier trade. I'm only going to go in with 8 contracts. I know that still sounds like a lot, but compared to my position size, it's not.
Order filled.
All right. I could be buying at the bottom. Just a heads up. This trade is not something I'd be putting too much in. I'm just saying. There's a chance we could see a nice little spike down. That'd be great, but I'm not going to expect too much because it is new lows that we don't know how low it's going to go. And I'm very aware of that. I'm just speaking out my thoughts right now to you guys, so you guys know my thought process behind it. Like I said, it's trying to pull back up here. Makes sense. This thing could go green and close at 25,618, and I wouldn't be surprised. There's also a nice little chance that we could see a nice run down, and I wouldn't be too surprised either. Looks like it's going to try to push up. Nice push. I'm down 150 on it. Oof, I should have. I didn't, but I was going to add in there. I didn't think it would be too smart longer term. Pretty hefty little push there. I'm going to get out of this position. I want to buy shorts here, honestly, but just in case, I might just let it do its thing first. It could run down. I might buy shorts for a potential push back down. But then again, usually it'll make a higher high one more time. So I might just get out and I'll re-enter on this pullback here. This kind of closes in 5 seconds. All right, I think when it pulls back down, if it does, I'll exit, or I might even exit right here and just buy in shorts when it does push back up. So as of right now, it's still bullish, like current trend.
Order filled.
I'm gonna get out of the trade. Back down 521, very volatile. It's a nice push up there. It's one reason I do not like trading lows. That wasn't even a very large position, and I just lost that much. So imagine what you can make if you're in a position that goes in your favor that much. We're going to see another high here. There's a part of me that wants to go short here because it's a really good deal for shorts, technically speaking, but it is pretty bullish, kind of scary. I want to buy some
Order
shorts
filled.
since it's. I think technically speaking, it's in this uptrend. It could be even reversal, but it's at such a good deal that I'm going to be okay with buying a little bit of shorts here, so that if it does push,
Order filled. Order filled.
I'm just going to add to my position there. There we go. Now, if it pushes back down, I should be up quite a bit. There we go. Nice push down. I'm up 420 on that trade there. Boom. I'm going to take
Order
it.
filled.
Look at that, guys. I was down 500 and just made 700 in that trade. It's down 500. I'm up now $222 in the green. Now, again, that was a riskier trade, but I went heavy in with it just because the last trade was a loss. I want to make sure I can recover that. 1 second. Let me just respond. Buying longs or shorts? Didn't catch that. Are you at work whenever you're listening? Because I was wondering that earlier. Because I was curious. Because I was like, I wonder if you're giving like full attention to it. That, and by the way, don't take this the wrong way at all, please, please. I'm not like at all meaning this in any kind of way. I have to say that because sometimes I guess the way I do say things sounds weird, but I'm just making sure because I had someone do this before where they didn't quite hear me, and that's why earlier I was like, did I say shorts? Not, because I wouldn't be surprised. I went back and listened, and I said longs, and I'm just curious because if so, my biggest recommendation is make sure that you're giving your full attention. Now, if you're at work, of course, we all been there, done that. Just be very safe and cautious because some of these trades are very fast. That's all I want. That's all I want to say. So I don't know if that sounded the wrong way or not. I'm not at all trying to mean that in the wrong way. I'm not taking it the wrong way. And yes, I'm at work. Okay, cool. Perfect. But yeah, I was in shorts earlier. Then that makes sense. That actually makes sense. Now I see why it might be harder to hear. I try to emphasize it a lot. I don't want to repeat it too much, but I try to emphasize it as much as possible to help out. This girl does not know what it means to leave me alone while I'm trading. Good gracious. Ah, bro. Text me only for emergencies. Would you like honey on your sandwich? Girl, what? What? Yes, I want honey on my sandwich. Of course. We are getting a higher high. Heads up, I'm getting a higher high here. We could see some runs on to the upside, but gosh, man, it's so hard for me to get into long. So I'm going to be very, very cautious with it. But overall, we should start seeing these higher highs and higher lows. Just a heads up. It's a little scary, I'm not going to lie. But why does it keep resetting back to this white line? I don't know. We're going to run with it. So we could see this channel right here. Higher highs, higher lows. Very similar to what happened. Let's see. Let's find one. Here we go. Wow, it's even the same momentum. One of the odds I didn't have to adjust it. Similar to what happened here. New lows to higher highs, higher lows. New lows to higher highs, higher lows. Potentially. I guess we would actually adjust this a little more. There we go. Might buy some shorts. I might buy shorts here. I'm thinking about buying in some shorts potentially. It is technically still bullish. We are at a pretty good area where shorts wouldn't be a bad deal. It's just how do we know it won't become a better deal? So we gotta watch out for it. I'm trying to see if I see any past patterns or anything. starting to have too many lines here, so I'm going to go ahead and clear off the charts. No reason to have all these lines. No point. Every other time this has happened, every time we have gotten a run up like this, it looks very bullish. It always ends up pulling back down almost 100%. I'm going to buy some shorts, I think. If it could push one more time, I might not even wait for it to push one more time. I might go ahead and hop into shorts, guys. This could be full-blown reversal right here, so just a heads up. Now, I'm just going to go with the flow and
Order filled.
buy some shorts. But it could be a reversal, possibly. But overall, it is in a downtrend. It looks like it's pushing here. Let's see if it'll break these previous highs. It did close red there. That's good for me. Might even add to my position if it does hesitate here. Looks like it's already trying to hesitate. Seeing some resistance. It might break these highs. If it does, how much higher would it go? I'm thinking about adding to my short position. Let's see here. Oh, I didn't get filled. It popped down right away.
Order filled.
Oh, now I got filled. Freaking sucks. Could have got a better price. But it's all right. Average that I'm in with 14 contracts on shorts. I'm in on shorts. About to add in more if it pushes up one more time like that. I'm going to pop this down so you guys can see what I'm up total for the day and what I'm up in this position. Again, it's still technically bullish in this current trend, but overall it's bearish. This is why I'm buying the shorts, but I'm still somewhat going against it. We can see a nasty move down here. I hope so, honestly, because it needs to break these previous lows. This previous red candle, the bottom, the open of that red candle there, and we need to close below that open of the red candle there. That would be a nice little pushback down. You can see him up another 140. There we go, nice little move. Up 500, I'm going to secure it.
Order filled.
Just going to go ahead and walk away with the profit. I am up $539 on this one. All right. So went ahead and locked that in. It might give another retest. I don't know why it keeps taking me to this page. But let's go back over here. Why does it keep taking me to this page, dude? There we go. Go over here. You see right now I mean, it's not super high, but it's not bad. We got a 76% profitable rate. We have made $2,491, but we have lost $1,874. It's leaving us with $612. After commissions, it's $539. But I like to show this just so you guys can see all my trades if you want to go back and analyze or whatnot. And then the other account, of course, here. There we go. 1949. 1,949. This one has a lot of them on here. Jeez Louise. I want to try to hit 750. I know I don't technically have to, but like I said, I passed this account in 3 days. I want to pass this one in 2. If I can get this to 750 today and then 750 tomorrow, that'll be my $1,500 profit target. Then I will do like I'm doing on this one and just make a small amount and get it funded. I wish they would let you give accounts. I don't know. It's weird. TakeProfitTrader should. I think they should all let you like transfer accounts over. That'd be nice, huh? It's trying to push. So part of me that wants to buy some shorts here. It's not a terrible deal. I will say it's showing a lot more consistency than all the other runs. The other runs up that it did was just a push and then pull right back down. Push, pull right back down. This one pushed, pulled back, pushed, pulled back, pushed. So pullbacks are healthy. Straight run, I always use it like this. For example, it's like a guy running track. If he runs and takes no pullbacks, which are breaks, never takes breaks, he's gonna just collapse. But if he takes breaks, he can run so much longer in the longevity of things. So it's healthier. The pullbacks are healthy for certain trends. So that's one reason I want to buy shorts here, but I got to keep in mind also if I do, this is showing some pretty healthy signs for a push up. I'm tempted. All I need to do is make like what, $200? You know what? Might go long here. Might go long just trade it to this previous high. I think it's gonna run again. It's kind of risky because of the overall direction. That's the only reason I don't want to. It's kind of hard to decide right now. We are in a slight pennant. You know what? Since momentum's down, I'll focus on buying high and selling low. I might bite my tongue on this. Oh man. Thinking about buying shorts here. Thinking about it. Waiting for a good deal. Good deal. Man, I don't know. This thing might see new highs. It's going to see new highs. It's going to end up pushing. Man. It's so hard for me to adjust to this one. Because it looks like such a good deal. Because look at the opportunity. Like this entire pullback down. This entire pullback down here from this low. It's all margin of profit compared to where I could take a loss if it does break highs, which would be there. Like that's not bad. But it looks like it's gonna end up popping out here, possibly. Let's see how the candle acts when it does break. Well, it nibbled new highs there, but look at how it's acting. Acting like a child. He said short. Yeah, I would say the short aspect of it is probably going to be beneficial. I do think this might be reversal though, but the momentum is definitely on shorts favor. The bears favor there. If I buy shorts, I'll just set a tight stop loss. I'm curious. This candle has 20 seconds to close. I'm going to watch and see what happens. Look at that. It might not be able to break highs. showing some signs of weakness. I'm going to buy some shorts here. If it breaks new highs, then I will simply sell.
Order filled.
So I'm in with shorts. Bought 8 contracts. It's going to likely end up snapping new highs, and I'll take a small loss, but we'll see. I feel like if I didn't get in a position, this thing would rip down, so I'm going to go ahead and get some skin in the game. Remember, always have your button hovering over your closed position. That way you can always just get out very fast. That's what I do. I always have it very, I mean, not closing one at a time, not hitting sell or buy. I mean, I'm telling you, I have it exit all positions all at once. Getting ready for a nice push. I should have took that $80. I knew I should have taken it too. I was sitting there like, oh, this thing might possibly have a push here because it's a previous support. If it is bullish, obviously it's going to want to push whenever it's down like that. And that's common sense. Here's my second chance. There's a second chance, or it's telling me this thing, if it wanted to push, it should have already done so. So it could actually be the rundown. It's crazy how it's always the question you ask yourself. This 1 minute candle closes in 15 seconds. The question you ask yourself is so important because you can ask yourself the right question or the wrong question and get the right answer to that question. But if it's the wrong question, it's not going to benefit you in any way. Oh, nice push down there. This might start getting eat up here.
Order filled.
I'm past my goal. I need to lose money. Okay. I need to lose money. I'm going to try to lose money real quick. I need to lose 20 bucks.
Order filled.
I'm going to buy longs. All right.
Order filled.
20 bucks. There we go. Well, not 20. You know what? I'm going to go in with one contract, and I'm going to make... Should I really try that for $7? You don't think so? I need to make $7 hit $7.50.
That's stupid, because then you're gonna have to lose money again.
I think I can do it.
Don't
So, me and City was just talking about this. There was one day where I was like $12 away from my my goal. You know, everybody can lose money in the market. Like you can lose money even as a great trader in the market, of course. But I had a $12 difference to hitting my goal of that day, the passing the account actually going funded. And I was like, should I do it? And everybody in my Discord was going, no, don't do it. Don't do it. And then I did it and tried to make $12, and I ended up losing that account that would have been funded $12 away. And I ended up losing the entire account, blew the whole thing. I was like, oh my God, I don't even know how it happened. Broke a bunch of rules and everything. It was just insane. You good? What was that? Oh, I thought you done fell. Well,
I got up really quickly.
You're gonna have to get your hurricane. Your hurricane. I want to hit the sell button. I don't even know why. I just want to make $7. I feel like you can close your eyes, buy, and you'll be up $7 at one point. And I really want to make $7. I'm at 743. Just one contract. All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Hey, this could be potential longs right here. It's at a support level. If this wanted to push, this could push right here.
Order filled.
I did it.
Order filled.
745. All right, let's go look at this real quick. Why does it do that? Why does it do that? Are you serious? What is going on here? Okay, so I guess I have to click down on that and then go over to here. All right, so just today we've had a 75.9%, so basically a 76% win rate. Made $2,730, lost $1,800, left me with $832, and my total P&L is 745. Now again, I could keep going with this, but because it's an eval, I have that 50% consistency rule on TakeProfitTrader. So my profit goal is 1,500. It means I need to make 750 today, which I just did, 745. I need to make tomorrow another 750 to hit that target. I want to pass that account in 2 days. That would be great. Now, of course, I got to wait the 5 trading days. It's just kind of fun to me. But if this was passed, I would keep going right now. I would keep trading. Obviously, it's only 2 o'clock. I figured I would be at 7:45 before 2 o'clock, truly. But yeah, so we are going to not trade that anymore. Wait, I didn't even pop that up here, did I? Or did I? I don't know if I did or not, honestly. But there it is. I don't know if I was doing that on the other monitor or I guess it doesn't matter. I'm going to go post this in the Discord. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was planning on it. Mm. All right. I think good shorts will be right here. I'm not going to take any, but I do think that there's a good short opportunity. I would say if I were to buy here, let's see. I'm probably about to hop off here soon. Right here, I think there might be a good short opportunity. And then potential profit, I would say probably somewhere down here for the safety. Again, if it does break up new highs here, then might be a stop loss. But if I were to take a position, I would say right now would be good shorts. And if it does break new highs, then I would cut the loss. Just do like a little call out here before I hop off. Remember, I'm sure everybody in here right now is people that's already a part of the Discord. But if you want to be a part of the premium Discord, it's only $5 right now. So for lifetime. But yeah, right now I think good shorts would be great right here. I'm just emphasizing again, it's at the best deal it's going to be if it's going to be dropping back down. Now, if it pushes up and breaks previous highs, then it's going to keep trading up. And there is a potential this could be reversal, but odds are we're going to see another rundown. I'm not taking the trade because I'm at $745 in P&L on my eval. And the 50% consistency rule would TakeProfitTrader. So I got to stay with that. Tomorrow I'll go live and we'll make another 750 and we'll pass this account too. But I drew circles where I would have entered and where I would exit. Sure. Be careful. There could be a little green candle right here. Maybe it'll keep coming down. That would be ideal, but it makes sense on why a green candle would form here. Sounds like he's riding a dirt bike. Thanks. Wow. Thank you guys. I have 13 likes in this video. It's really good. Appreciate that. I know it's not a lot, but it is for me. Could this be your push down here? We could see a potential volatile candle to the downside right here. Let's see. Now this is a support, so it could hold here as well. This is why it's hesitating so much, is because if it does want to go up and beat the reversal and it does want to make a higher high, then it's going to do so there. It's gonna do so at the support. Make a higher low. But if it doesn't, then it's not going to be able to break that previous high. That's why previous high would be a stop loss on your shorts. And yeah, vice versa. Again, if I didn't get shorts, like I didn't technically buy any, but I'm calling it out. If I didn't ever buy the shorts up here in this area, I wouldn't probably be buying them down here. It's just, I don't want to buy shorts at a support level. It wouldn't make as much sense, because down here, if it doesn't break, I would still be in the green right now, even though this candle's pushing up. It would just help validate things. Yo, I'm back. Hey, what's up, man? Did you ever join the Discord, or are you just on YouTube? We got another eval. The other one we passed yesterday, and I made a little bit today to count as a trading day, and then we just made 745 on this new eval. We're gonna try to make 750 again tomorrow. Ooh, there's a volatile candle to the downside there. It didn't break that previous high. No need to cut anything. It only just gave another entry. It was only another potential entry for shorts. That was a volatile candle. Closes in a few seconds. We got about 7 seconds. Closed pretty red there. No confirmation of anything. It didn't break any new lows. It didn't close at new lows. So still above that support. But let's just be real. There's a pretty good chance it's going to break the support and head on down. Has 30 seconds till it closes. Let's see where this, again, green candles can close red, so don't let it, affect your judgment here. Even though that candle looked very, very bullish, it can easily close red. It has 10 seconds left. It is trying its best. It is doing an okay job holding right now, I will say. Not gonna lie, even if I did buy over here, down here would have been a pretty good spot to take profit, that previous low. Just in case, I still do think there's a good chance it's gonna keep coming back down. I think right now it's just taking a lot of people out. But if it does want to push, though, I mean, not a bad area. See if it'll have another run down here. It could just give another entry. It literally could be another entry for shorts, technically speaking, and it's not broken any previous highs. Now, yeah, there's more of a sign. There's signs and indications that it's trying to hold, that it could hold. So I get that, but there's no confirmation. You said, yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Wait, what's your Discord username? Oh, yeah. I got you. I literally was just looking at your name too, like 2 seconds ago. I don't know why it didn't click. saying it's trying to reverse here. If you didn't take profits whenever it pulled back down here, this might be a good area for potential stop out. But there is a, let's say there is a previous high right here that could be another potential entry. It just depends on your position size. If you're in with 1 micro here, then and you wanted to stay in and you're still in it right now, you could add into it until it closes above this line here. If it ever closes above this line, then it's making a successful higher high overall. But other than that, it's done this before where, I mean, it could definitely right here. Let's see. Boom. It's done this before where it's made a lower high, then started trading back down. So you guys see, it could very well, this could very well be the entry right here for another move down. But you have a trade plan, right? That's the key. You have an absolute solid trade plan. So there would be no reason to stress. In this trade, if you were to buy shorts, I mean, you have a good reason to buy shorts. The momentum is definitely in your favor. Yeah, there's a chance this could be a reversal. There was a chance it could be a reversal a long time ago. It did the same thing here. It's repeating the same exact pattern, it seems. It made a higher low, couldn't make higher highs, rejected. Made a higher low, couldn't make higher highs, rejected. And I'm saying if it rejects. Goes back down to where it came from, goes back down where it came from. It makes sense. This would likely even go lower down here, but right here for the safety to take profit. And now if it does pull back and breaks previous highs, this pattern is no longer repeating, it's showing signs of growth, and it would be a stop loss. And boom. And very well, like understanding that you can't control the market. If it does go up and break these previous highs and closes up here, then it's a stop loss. You just wait for another trade. It happens. But if it doesn't, then you're getting one of the best entries you're going to get. And then it's going to pull back down and pull to your solid area here for potential profit. Look at that massive pullback down. That's a huge, huge sign that the bears are in control. Let me write something down real quick. All right, look at that push down, guys, right to where our line was right here. So congratulations if you guys got in on that trade. I wasn't obviously trading. I've already hit my goal today. If this was funded again, I would have keep going. I would have made some good money on that trade. But wanted to emphasize too, this is probably keep going lower, but this is going to be the safe zone because it could possibly hold the support around here and also the new low. It's not far away. And again, you know how I feel about predicting new lows or new highs. There's always these weird reactions and they're usually spiky. So it's like you usually just want to stay away. The best bet to increase odds in your favor if you're in lower lows, lower highs, if you're in a bear market, you want to wait for the good deal. So wait for the pullback up, and then you want to buy at its previous high for a short, and then you want to sell at a higher low. So that if market structure starts shifting on you, if you see a shift in the market structure and it does start to go bullish out of nowhere, if it does want to reverse, what's it going to do? Likely make a higher low. So you're still secure in your bag and walking away with your profits, and vice versa. If it's in an uptrend, we've seen this. I've seen this happen more times than the other one, but if it's in an uptrend and it's higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, whenever it pulls back down, if it does want to retest those higher highs, makes sense, higher highs, higher lows, I'd sell at a lower high. And I explained this in my video. I would sell at a lower high, not previous highs, not a higher high. Higher high is straight gambling. Previous high is like a way significant lower chance of actually profiting and not selling right where price almost touched. A lower high, it has a higher, way higher chance of profiting, so that if it did ever want to go bearish out of nowhere, then at least you're still getting out whenever it does form its lower high to make a lower low. So makes most sense there. But I am done trading for the day. Again, we've got one count passed here and 26,522. Tomorrow I'm going to place a trade on it and make like $1 or $2. So it's an active trade. And then Thursday we'll go funded and I'll trade this funded account and you guys can watch me trade it. And then we're up 745 on this one. So I hit my goal here. Tomorrow I want to make 750 on this one as well. So around the same amount tomorrow. And yeah, we'll get going. Tomorrow I'm going to try to be streaming on YouTube and TikTok to see if we can get some more people on Discord as well. If you are new and you aren't a part of the Discord, that's the pinned comment below or in the description. It's only $5 right now for the premium. So, yep. I hope you guys enjoyed the live session today. It was definitely fun. All right, I'll see you guys. I don't even know how to end this right now. I'm trying. This is awkward.